camera, sound, marker, and action. Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host, Mikey, and today, we're playing a new game. Trying out the new game, at least a new game for us. Vivi coming in with the fanfare. Thank you for being here, everyone. You have the usual suspects. Vano coming in first, 10 times now. Believe he's catching up to Neon's record. Vivi coming in second, 14 times. And Zen claiming third place. We got a bunch of homework from Vivi. From a care package combo. It's a posture check. A stretch. Because there's going to be a lot of reading, chat. Well, I don't think I'm going to read the voice lines. It's all in Korean though. So good luck to you. Comes with a hydrate as well. And we'll be sure to pet the cats before heading into hell. But take care, Vivi. Enjoy your husbandos. And we'll see you in the next one. Bless you, Penny. Welcome in. And Zen, congratulations on getting your new badge. You woke up for that. You put a lot of effort into catching up to that. I just saw a new snippet of the Artemis 2 thing landing. I had no idea about the Artemis 2 mission, but it's a shiny badge. Congratulations on getting that. I see one cat who is awake. Maya, as always, getting VIP service. And look at that. Passion woke up. Wants some of the pets as well. Okay. Get some pets too. Not just Maya. She was so angry. She's like, you're petting Maya and not me? How dare? It's great that people are still going on the moon. Yeah, like as much as people say it's a waste of money to do space exploration, I just find it very romantic. I've always wanted to go to space. I've always wanted to explore the cosmos, and I always loved the idea of space exploration missions. So I'm glad they made it back. I don't know what the mission entailed, but I hope it is productive. And yeah, same. I hope we will see more space exploration in our lifetimes. Of course, one of my dreams is to be alive for when we go to another solar system or galaxy. But obviously, that's in the sci-fi territory. But you know, it's fun to dream about it. That's why I play sci-fi games. Speaking of sci-fi games, I was tempted to actually jump into Starfield today because of the new update, the Free Lanes update. I remember when we first played Starfield on stream, our biggest complaint was the fact that there were too many loading screens. It did not feel like we were actually exploring space. It was just like terrible 2D. It felt terrible boxes and chunks and loading screen, 5 loading screens just to go to landing, and there wasn't any sense of, you know, you weren't like cruising through space. It was just really limited. So apparently the Free Lanes update is a total overhaul of space exploration. So you can actually there's actually super crews for those who play like Elite Dangerous. So seamlessly you can activate super crews and go from planet to planet. And as far as I know, it's all about making it, removing some friction in the space to ground aspect, which is one of my biggest complaints in the game. So finally they updated it, and I was curious about checking it out since it's a free update. But here we are. Limbus company. I kid you not, this game has come up on stream. This game has come up every single stream. Every single stream, Limbus company would be mentioned years later. And finally, we're going back to check it out. Speaking of Moon and Project Moon, I played this game at launch for a while. It didn't really capture my attention. As you can see, I'm like the level 4. I stopped here. Episode 1. 36% through episode 1, and I just dropped it because I had too many other gacha games. But we're gonna give it another fair shake. People keep saying the story is incredible, so my expectations are through the roof right now. If it's nothing short of incredible, like one of the best stories in the world, then I will be disappointed. No pressure. To those who encouraged me every single stream to play this game. I'm just joking around. I appreciate your love for this game. I understand how meaningful it is to you, but we're gonna check it out for ourselves and see if the main story is something that a second time around will capture our imagination. Because it depends on the timing, really, right? Sometimes you watch a series, you're not really in the mood, or you're watching other stuff, you're busy with stuff in life, and then you just don't get into it. And then there's secondary watching or coming back into it, that's when it like hooks you, right? It's happened so many times. It happens a lot with everyone. So I did find it intriguing in the beginning. Like I played through the tutorial and bothered to play the first episode. But again, probably at this time, I was probably playing the most gacha games I've ever played in a while. Like I think I had like 8 or 10 on rotation at some point. But I really cut that down. I heard some scienting figured out how theoretically extend life to 200 years using something from whales. Wait, what? Because of the space exploration? Still testing it, but who knows? Oh, we're talking about like extending our life in order to get to the point where we do cool stuff in space exploration. Like, oh, we're going to another planet. And I'm 200 years old. And like, I'm still young and spry. Who knows? You know, I mean, I'd love it. But of course, the ethical concerns of a lot of people are going, oh, what if everyone's long-lived? And I don't know, is that good for humanity? I don't know. But me, selfishly, I want to live to like I want to see what happens 1,000 years from now. Like, I want to get on a spaceship 1,000 years from now and see where we are in space exploration. Not gonna lie. As many bittersweet, tragic stories there are for long-lived elves, looking at you, Freeren. The fact that Freeren gets to experience all this in life, but also experience the loss of it, it's all part of it. But I would be willing to go through being like having an elf's lifespan and going through life like that. But here we are, which is funny because I never play as an elf. I almost always play as a human in these games. So I never really got to roleplay that aspect of being long-lived and how that changes a person and how that changes your perspective from the people around you. Landing is still via menu though, if I recall correctly. It's also scientists and sociologists who will live long. Surely they'll figure something out. Yeah, that's the thing. We were just playing Resident Evil Requiem, and it did have a, and Spencer's whole drive for his experiments, one of his main motivations was to prevent the quote-unquote tragedy of brilliant minds being lost too soon. So what would happen if, the brightest minds of our world got to live for 500 years? Of course, there are downsides to that because, people say that if people are all long-lived, then the people up top, with great power comes great responsibility, but but being long-lived, so many problematic issues might be deeply entrenched over the generations. There's more potential for such generational trauma to happen because these people up top, the bad actors on top, stay on top. Stuff like that. But that's being pessimistic about it. What if we get the actual good people, the bright minds, to counteract that? They do exist, they're out there, and that they could get to continue their work for the betterment of mankind for 500 years. How different would that be? Rather than passing it down as nature intends, passing down the knowledge, stuff does get lost with a change of leadership, even though people say fresh blood, new blood is essential to maintain the vitality of an organism. But all that aside, again, I just find it quite fascinating, the possibilities of having, 500-year-old scientists who continue to contribute to our scientific endeavors. Landing on planets in Starfield is still manual. Oh, okay. But yeah, I saw clips of the Free Lanes update being played. I was pretty happy. Again, that's what I was looking for. Like, for example, Star Wars Outlaws, even though there are loading screens, it's the illusion of traveling through space and No Man's Sky truly being like feeling like you're going from space to ground or from planet to planet within the same solar system seamlessly. And it just tickles my fancy as someone who enjoys sci-fi games, especially those with space exploration. Again, it's what we're talking about. It's what I want to do in real life. I want to be able to like hop in a starship and like cruise, super cruise to like Jupiter or something, and just like, I don't know, go to one of the moons and have a drink at the Jupiter Moon's bar. It is something like that. Man, which is why I'm so excited for the single player Star Citizen. I'm so excited for single player Star Citizen. But that aside, we're playing a game that as far as I'm aware, does not focus on space exploration, but we are going to be exploring a different kind of locale. Dante, hell, I don't know what it could be, but this is set in the same universe as Project Moon's other games, that is Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Ruina. Two games I also bounced off of after playing like the first hour or two. So again, I'm coming in with much trepidation, but again, this game has been continuously recommended every single stream. So there's got to be something about it that has held the attention of these people over all these years. Even in gacha discussions, whenever I would check for like, there's so many new gacha games now, chat. I have not been updated because I'm afraid to be trapped in 12 gacha games again. But anyway, Limbus would always pop up in these discussion threads. Of course, the usual suspects, they would say, oh, Woowa, ZZZ, Arknights Enfield, the usual heavy hitters. But Limbus Company would always like sneak in. Like there would always be someone like saying Limbus Company. And then people would say, a person of culture. And then they give your little Limbus Company party over there amongst the giants. Right? So yeah, I'm curious to see coming back how the story is gonna resonate with us this time. And in a time where we've also cut back on our gacha, and where our mind is clearer and is looking for new stories. I was really feeling like I wanted to play a new game today and tomorrow. I've been looking through my library. I've been wanting to play something new because Yeah, I mean, I enjoy the games we've been playing, but I also realize that we've been stuck in the live service, the same live service games. And since we're playing so many of them, their patch updates are spaced apart such that almost all our streams have been Enfield, Wuthering Waves, and what's the third one? What have we been playing, chat? I don't. Where Winds Meet. Like Where Winds Meet. I haven't done the new story content, and then we're gonna be back in Enfield next week because the new update is coming out. New character, major update. The live stream is happening right now. That's why there's a huge uptick right now in Arknight's Enfield streams because the live stream for the new update is happening. So people are hyping it up, but we're here. We're hopping on the train. We want to experience something fresh, something new. To us, this game has been around for years with no signs of end of service for a while. So it's much passion has been poured into this from both the dedicated fans and the developers from what I hear. So again, my expectations are through the roof. But with all those expectations and the weight of expectations and the stress of daily life, you need a channel such as Neon Rune, who I affectionately call Neon Rune, who is absolutely one of the best ways to wind down your week every Friday with super cozy, comfy blanket fort energy, like being wrapped in a warm hug. I just love being on Neon streams every Friday to just unwind and relax and hang out with awesome people in a wholesome, safe for work environment. If you're not already following Neon every Friday, she's the best kept secret on Twitch, the affiliate and partner in our hearts. I'm preaching to the choir here. You're all probably already fans of Neon, but you never know. Welcome back, Zen. Thank you for checking in, Neon. That's 39 times already. You got the NASA badge. I found out when the event ends. For those interested in the NASA badge, you have till April 28. What else are they doing if the Artemis 2 has already landed? I never actually watched a Twitch stream of NASA. But again, I'm always curious about what they're up to with the space exploration thing. Like, I get frustrated at how little it seems is getting done on that, in space exploration. But, behind the scenes, so much work is being poured into it, so much money is being poured into it, that I always get surprised when it pops up on the news every once in a while. It's like, oh, there was a mission. What did they do? What was accomplished? But just the idea of it and the fact that we're actually going into space still surprises me in a good way. I watched the launch because it wasn't too late. Watch 1 hour of NASA. You just have to watch 1 hour? It's not a subscription badge? Oh, I gotta pull up the tab. Hit us with a link. Where's the link? I'm gonna open it right now. Yeah, everyone, check out the NASA stream. Fascinating stuff that happens. The last thing I watched was, I don't know the names or the details, but it was a docking procedure. Live streamed a docking procedure to a space station. I think the International Space Station or what have you. So that little thing, either a satellite or a ship docking with a space station in this day and age. It's like, oh, you see that every day in sci-fi, but to like witness it unfold with hundreds of thousands of people watching it live. It's like that in the movies when they recreate the moon landing, right? And how before social media, before streaming, people would be on their tellies, the television, the radio, and it'd just be like waiting in anticipation, watching it together. Yeah, it got that feeling. And yeah, I mean, I'll never get tired of the space exploration sci-fi genre. It's, again, something I've always dreamed of. Speaking of link, mind if I send friend request in game? Of course. There is. How do I copy this? It's too small. Too small. Eh? Ah, there we go. I forgot this was my message. Hath you seen such vroom vroom? What the fudge? What is this? Oh, and I added like the banners from the updates. I really have no idea where my account is at this point. So we're just gonna pretend that we're playing the game for the first time. Prologue. Alright, this is like the very beginning, right? The very beginning. The panther, lion, and wolf. And it starts in a forest. That's what I remember. Now, a huge question. This is pretty much like a visual novel. It's voiced, but there is only Korean dub. So it's gonna be very... for people keeping us on audio only or second monitor or on a tab, I'm not sure if you want me to read everything or to just... Because usually when there's like a dub that I don't understand in these kinds of games, I read faster than the dub. So when I'm done reading, I just skip. So I usually cut off the voiceover. That's probably what I'm gonna do. So we can also speed things along and keep the story rolling. Because I don't know if any of us speak Korean. Or I could just read everything and it'll be here all day. I don't know. We'll see. There are... There. What did they say, chat? Do you see now? You can't run from us. That's how the game starts, I think, right? It's the very beginning. In a dark forest. But we are not voiced. You dare interrupt me just as I was engraving the... You must be out of here.
엄밀히 따져보면 스승님이 하려는 게 도시의 금기는 아니더라.
And they hit us with the proper nouns.
아무도 시도할 생각조차 못했던 그런 일이라고 해야 하나? 어라? 근데 이 녀석
그 사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군. 원래 당신 같은 자들은 준비성조차 철저한가?
This confused us so much at first. Being told, you managed to get a different head in so fast. Like, huh? Literally? Apparently, literally. We changed our head. Oh, it's the TikToks. That's our voice, but people understand us. Just wait till I get the likes of you will be no match for...
아무래도 저 대가리엔 입까지는 없는 모양인데?
응. 째깍거리는 소리만 들리네. 속에서는 비명이라도 지르는 걸까?
Like, I haven't watched much South Korean media, but I don't know, like the way the language sounds to be, and then the way I've seen men usually like portraying their characters, it feels very smug and macho. I don't know if you get what I mean, but you know, when they're like chin up, they're going, oh, 창피해라. That's what I see, like how the men usually act. I don't know, something. It's just something about it. It's just it's like one of those things, like how how a language sounds to someone who doesn't speak it. Like for me, I don't speak German. The stereotype is, oh, Germans are always angry. It sounds like period drama Korean. Really? I would expect it to be like modern Korean with like the modern colloquialisms. I don't know. Anyway, yep, all I can hear is the clock ticking. You think they're screaming on the inside? So they don't understand us. Ah! That is the sound of pain in clock speak.
째깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
Damn it, why am I being attacked? Not good. Memory decay already. The was done too quick.
뭐야? 이젠 잠잠하네. 그럼
늑대, 여긴 누구도 오지 않고 누구도 볼 수 없는 곳.
우린 가르침을 따라야 해. 시간을 끌어서는
Her teachings.
그렇지만
Am I
우리가
blocking the
살면서
subtitles? I am
언제
blocking
이런
the
녀석을
subtitles.
죽여보겠어.
Hold up. All right, I'll keep this scene. Live scene beacon.
사자, 너는 일을 할 때 너무 감정적이야. 얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 아쉽게 됐어. 당신의 별이 어디?
Our star? Like hell I am. I'm taking Redacted's location to the grave with... How's that supposed to sound to us? Maybe it's like a lacking a tick for that word? Damn it. Where was... supposed to be again? My memories are fading too quickly.
그렇군. 자연히 그것을 찾.
그럼 이제 끝내.
그래.
애가 무슨 소리야?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어. 짐승일 확률은
A wild animal that sounds like an engine revving. Incredible.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건 버스.
저런 게
조난당한 버스인가 보네. 길을 잘못 든 죄값.
사자가 밀린 거야?
Oh, I didn't realize there was a comic background. Whoops.
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지.
Who are you? That nameplate says Faust?
어두운 숲에서
What?
하지만 당신은 두렵지.
Because I could simply lift my head to find the star.
그래요. 이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 너의 별을
Well, they can understand us. Follow your star. Chains? What?
걱정하지 마세요.
It's like Path to Nowhere.
쓰게 된 게 아니니까.
This also happens to the Warden and Path to Nowhere. The chains to the sinners.
이것으로 계약은
The
완료되었습니다.
pact is sealed.
이제 저희는 당신의 시간에 귀속되었습니다.
We are bound to your time. What do you...
이제 저희의 심장이 멎고 뛰면 잘 부탁드려요.
Our?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
이 사람
Oh, he's like Nemesis. Speaking in poetry.
뭐
Oh, they're introducing the ensemble cast.
나쁘진 않겠지.
That's one thing I'm very curious about. Like, how can they execute an ensemble cast story with like 13 characters? It's insane.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지? 우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인.
말 조심하는 게.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데 용케 머리.
Who are you people? And what's up with this bus?
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온 정의의 사자들이고.
Magical bus? You didn't tell me there's a magical school bus. Justice? Bus? I don't...
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요? 시간도 없고 유리한 상황도 아니니까.
After some time passed. So, let me get this straight. As long as I do as you say, those complete strangers, who I've never even met before, will fight in my stead?
맞아요. 당신이
Right then. Let's slaughter these shitheads. Go back to where I was. To where I was and... What was I doing? Where am I even supposed to go back to? I was on the cusp of an extremely important moment. Something I was never supposed to forget.
진정해요. 그 머리로 기억. 지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투의 집.
시계 지휘관님? 아무튼
뭘 명령까지야. 각계전투밖에 답이 없지 않나?
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는 거야?
최선을 다해주세요.
And then it goes into the tutorial. Alright, another thing I'm worried about. I remember not really enjoying the combat. I remember that is pretty fun though. The bus just comes in and then rams one of the enemies. Like, oh, cool. Let us begin by learning the basics of combat. Please direct your attention to the dashboard here. We will be using the dashboard to relay your commands to the sinners. You will find each sinner's skills in the dashboard. The control scheme is simple. Simply drag from the left end of the dashboard to the right end to change the skills, and you are ready to enter the combat phase. Allow me to guide your hand. Press and hold the gear on the left on the dashboard to grab the chain. Then, while you're holding the chain from the left gear, connect the skills from left to right along the guiding line. Well done. Now that skills for all sinners have been chained, you may press the gear on the right to start the combat phase. And I think this is like the coolest part of the combat for me, when everyone starts to move.
금방 다녀올게.
It's again, how do you handle such a large cast in the story and in combat? And you just get a sip on coffee and watch it unfold. And that is how you, the manager, issue your orders. Let us try that again. Look at the dashboard, grab the chain from the left gear, and connect the skills along the guiding line to command us to use them. And that's the game, chat! Until they give me an auto.
폭들을 제거하겠어.
We're primarily here for the story. But I do like seeing this cutscene of combat. And I remember there being like coin flips or something. Now, please issue a command. I don't know. Start.
가보죠.
Dude, we're not dealing any damage. This guy is single-handedly owning us. Like, what's the point?
좋아, 간다.
What's the point? Story reasons. Oh! Oh, the blood! Oh! Ah! Defeat. It's the forced defeat, just to set the tone for the game. And then, where were we? Post post-battle. It's easier to think of as a card battler. Each character has 6 skill cards. You can choose to play one of the 2 that is drawn that turn. And you can play it in a certain order. And what I like is how it'll clash with the opponent's chain. It feels very dynamic.
잠깐만. 방금까지 싸웠던 사람이 말하긴 그렇지만.
Oh, I remember this.
이건 이상적이지 않소.
처음부터 말이 안 돼. 다들 장난해? 난 시작도.
It's like, oh, we're all dying. What the hell? You said you'd fight in my stead.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요.
She's not wrong.
그리고
What?
저만 남았네요.
Okay, so you meant for this to happen? You've got an ace up your sleeve, haven't you?
비장의 수라기보단 별을 따라가는 거죠.
She's still smiling as she gets stabbed.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가?
What? What am I supposed to do? Arriving with all that fanfare, only to die like flies. God, I can't remember a thing about the past since I repeated what she said. I'm gonna try to sound like a stereotypical shonen protagonist. Is this how I die?
뱀에게 전해라. 거짓 사자. 이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
Man with red eyes. Oh, right, this dude. And this dude just comes in and one punches them.
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나? 그래야 사지 멀쩡한 네가 저들을 데리고 달아난 팔과 다리를 대체해 줄 놈이.
See what I'm talking about? The stereotypical, you're the one who left to offer them help. You know, it's just that machismo that with the language, with it sounds very rude. Each time he's saying that, something unideal or ideal, it's a pun. Isang and ideal sound same in Korean. Oh, it's not ideal. I get it. The red gaze.
니놈들이 해놓은 그 정도 부상이면 위에서도 충분히 할 아니면 여기서 명.
Why not just end them here? Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be reading. Who are you? Are you one of them? You're too late. They're already...
늦은 건 아무것도 없음. 우리에게 필요한 건 되돌릴 시간뿐.
Huh? I'm suddenly overwhelmed by an excruciating stab of pain in my chest, as though my heart were being torn asunder. Followed by flashes in the ribs, intestines, stomach, and lungs. Ah! I couldn't even tell where the pain was coming from anymore. I let out a cry of pure agony as I felt my body twisting and breaking open. My consciousness fading. The only thing I could perceive was the sight of mutilated bodies around me, inexplicably regenerating.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러운.
In the voice of the man with the red eyes. Hey, they got better. And I found that like very interesting way to like start a story. You know, sometimes there's a cold start, but this feels like a hot start. In media res, people dying and coming back. Us not having our memories. Pre-battle. I hear a beast howling from somewhere. It cries ceaselessly. Is it wailing out of hunger or...
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
드디어 정신을 차렸군.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스 기사.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어.
Well,
제각거리는군.
in media res.
의사소통이 저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다. 이 말이
I give him a quick nod. He didn't seem hostile.
좋아. 듣는 것엔 문제가
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
And then Karen immediately became my favorite character after this line. There was a heavy roar and vibrations as though they echoed from the bottom of a deep mire. It was then that I realized I was aboard a bus. A bus? I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past.
당신이 누구였는지는
I shook my head to say no. I had just been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism of sorts.
원래 기억을 되찾고 싶.
I nodded. I sure felt like an idiot.
매끄럽군. 다들 이렇게 몸짓으로만 말하면 어떻게 생각하지?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요. 저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는 상황이 그렇게 많지는 않.
She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair, glistening even without sunlight, gives off a rather mysterious air.
단테.
Dante? From Devil May Cry? Come to think of it, the man with the red eyes has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요.
Sure looks like it. That doesn't sound familiar at all.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
Wait, you can understand me? The group that attacked me earlier and that Virgie or whatever you called seemed to hear nothing but ticking for me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로 들.
You actually can, but how? I don't even have a real mouth.
그런 구시대적인 발상은 머리를 바꾸어서 생긴 건가요? 성대나 혀 따위의 발성기관이 있어야만 대화를 할 수 있다는 것.
Anachronistic, right? Never considered that.
당신의 말은 한 사람에게만 보낼 수도 있고, 모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요.
Sinners! It really is path of nowhere.
당신의 뒤에 앉아 있는 방금까지 당신을 대신해서 싸운 사람. 그대가 이 여정을 함께할
Oh, it's her.
얼마나 기다렸는지 모르네.
아 형씨 머리통은
당신이었군요. 당신 덕에
다들 닥쳐라. 자기 소개가 필요한 시럼 가벼운 인사를 나눌 시간을 주겠다. 앞에 앉은 것부터 시작.
왜 이런 건 항상 앞자리부터인지.
Oh, introduce yourself to the class.
당신이 우리를 이끌.
Manager.
그래. 그래서 어떤 인물이지? 머리통은 어디 팔아먹었는지 모르겠지만 저마다 사정은 있는 법이니까. 나는 그레고르라고 한다.
Gregor. This sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or a sudden change of environment may cause parts of the whole of his body to transform into insectile, notably akin to a carapace resembling that of the redacted, tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obligated to be nice, we recommend keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with, and you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it.
그래, 양반이 뭐야 양반이. 이제부터 우리한테
I could be your buddy,
없으면 돈을
pal.
가져다줄 사람한테.
그래?
Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게.
Rodion. The unfortunate traits of being backstreets born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it is advised to pay close attention to her as the manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her mood may be down at regular intervals. There is nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend waiting for it to pass.
난 당신이 우리의 분명 원래는 둥지에 굉장한 사람이었겠지. 그때 버릇을 조금만 내비.
She sure is an extrovert, we'll give her that.
아차, 내 정신 좀 봐.
안녕하세요.
아, 시시해. 그게 끝이.
싱클레.
Sinclair. Even with the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, he's going through puberty. This sinner seems to get particularly startled or frown when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as spilt innards at first. And there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a hopeful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord?
더 해야 할 말이 있나요?
뭐 앞으로 남은 날 그럼 거기 괴짜 친구가 다음 타자하자.
이상이라.
Isang. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, this sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with this sinner will prove difficult for managers selected by our current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk of its own. However, if the sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he is currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. That's it?
이상이요.
I waited for him to see if he was being witty or something. But he just stared vacantly out the window, disinterested.
답답하네요. 사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요. 저를 이스마일이라고.
Ishmael. You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but do not worry. This sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She's likely to make reasonable judgments, so it is a good idea to start conversations while looking for her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget, this sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it will be a difficult task to regain her trust.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
Yeah, I remember while downloading the game, there was a lot of exposition. So a nest is a rich corporate areas, backstreets are slums, cyberpunk dystopian city, wings are megacorps and control the city, which is like split up into districts. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. For someone who emphasized not being a misfit, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생 히스클리프. 멋대로 부수.
Heathcliff. So their sins, revenge. This sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. It is thoughts and feelings. This choice of color. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches or physical injury leading to a headache in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling him.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만 당신도 조심. 나는 윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테.
I don't think I've done anything to give that impression yet.
드디어 이 몸의 차례인가?
I believe this is Vanua's favorite character. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionada of all things Fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of Fixer-related merchandise. They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there is no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She is deeply immersed in the role of a righteous fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor. Has such a thing ever existed, really? It's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. A fixer? That definitely feels like a term I used to know. Perchance.
나는 가벼운 두 번 말하게 하지 않아.
홍루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요.
Hong Lu, a sinner who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life. But occasionally, he may make ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by a certain other sinner, or other aspects of the low lives' lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for the other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it is ill-advised to let them get physical over it. So it's one of those people that will unironically ask, "Why are you poor?"
우와, 당신 그 머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
Daron, thank you for streaking with us. Always appreciate your warm, lovely presence, Daron. How are you doing? We're checking out a new game today. No, this isn't that kind of...
제 취향은
저건 무슨 말 써가지고.
Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat. But when he notices the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat himself back down.
요슈.
As they say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. But with some creeds, you will have difficulty in even simply pretending to sympathize. You will have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker, whose eyes shine with a euphoric gleam only during battle. Oh, she's one of those. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution, this sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you.
요르슈쿠.
Did she speak in Japanese? At what point was I supposed to laugh?
메르소, 그렇게 불러줘.
Mersal wants clear and concise commands, requiring no judgment on his part. Wow, that's it? You're polite.
특별한 것이 아닙니다. 그저
I'm almost touched. Thanks. It felt as though something was gravely amiss with him, but I couldn't quite tell what.
저는
I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with a motion of her hand.
관리자님이 본인은 오티스라고 합니다.
Otis. This sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has a meddlesome tendency, so it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She is an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for your mission. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You could trust her with simple repairs of the bus. Notice, unlike the other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of the sinner is not permitted. Warning. Keep an eye on this sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing our company's mission. Huh. Rudeness.
역시 처음부터
What?
인간의 대부분은 서로가 맞붙어 그중 소수는 맞붙는 것으로 검을 날카롭게 벼리기 위해선 그만큼 강한 누구보다 관리자님을 위해 헌신하기.
That's reassuring. Thanks. I gave her an approving nod, even though I didn't get what she meant by her rudeness.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게 나뒹군다고 말하더니 잘도 그런 말을 성대 밖으로 꺼낼.
Huh. I think I get it now.
마지막이네요.
Faust. the sinner who developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over it. Even though she has an unparalleled genius, we can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be the one to find out?
당신의 인생 중 한 번 만날까 말까한 천재죠.
Oh, wow.
납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요. 괜찮습니다. 경험.
Learn what?
호스트가 진귀한 천재 관측자가 깨닫지 못한다 하여 사실이 진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
Okay.
Dante.
You mean as the manager?
말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
Come to think of it, the man with red eyes couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은 지금 소개받.
The Inferno. Why should I go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유.
지옥?
I don't... You mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something?
이 해를 요구한 건 아닙니다. 난 기억과 머리를 되찾고 싶다면.
I mean, I do want them back, but...
미적거리네요.
파우스트 씨, 단테가 계속해.
무슨 말씀을? 단테, 모든 당신은 성위를 새길 수 있을 거. 제가 보증하죠.
Aspect, a word that pierces through my mind. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts respond strongly to it. And led by those instincts, I make my choice.
좋아. 그런데 카론, 아까부터
버스 기사는 졸음 쉼터에서 메피 앞에 이상한 놈들이.
카론 말했잖아. 버스.
Mephi, who's that?
메피스토펠레스. 이 버스의 이름이자. 그리고
The magical, mystical Mephistopheles.
지옥을 순항하기에는 그렇게 생각하지 않습니다.
I wasn't sure what he was getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는 마침 잘 됐습니다, 단테.
단테, 처음 전투 제대로 설명할 시간. 하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가 이뤄지면 우리 당신은 우리를 살리기 위해 의미.
Pain to revive you? You mean what happened earlier was?
네. 당신이
당장 필요한 설명. 자잘한 담소는 나.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Why don't they just run them over? It's the same with Girls Frontline 2. Why don't they just run them over with the Elmo? Why do we have to go down and get our hands dirty? Alright, more details. These seven-sided icons floating above both the allies' and enemies' heads are called skill slots. Because you haven't issued a command by chaining skills yet, the allied skill slots are currently empty. Grab the chain from the left gear and chain it to one of those two leftmost skills on the dashboard. Ah, fuck. Equipped skills are displayed on the skill slots floating above each sinner's head. When the combat phase begins, each sinner will engage in battle using the skills equipped in their skill slots. Well done. Now, select the gear on the right to issue your command, and the sinners will enter the combat phase using the skills you've equipped for them.
좋아, 간다.
Now, please issue a command. A clash occurs when the sinner and their target both use attack skills against each other. In a clash, their power is determined primarily by the skill they are using to clash. And in this clash between two skills, the skill with the higher power wins. Pay attention to the enemy's coins. When a skill loses a clash, it will lose a coin. Even if a skill loses a clash, as long as it has remaining skill coins, the two skills will continue to flip their coins and clash until one of them loses all coins. The skill that lost all of its coins in this clash will conclusively lose the clash. This means that the unit that won the clash gets to attack, while a unit that lost does not. Alright, break through their defenses. Let's see how power, which determines the outcome of a clash, is calculated. Please issue a command.
좋은 전략이네요.
This number is the skill's base power before it flips any coins. This number is the skill's coin power. Here, you can see how many coins these skills have. The number of coins determines two things. 1. How many times the skill can lose a clash before losing all of its coins. How many times the skill hits when it attacks. Each coin that flipped heads will add the coin power of that skill to the base power of that same skill. Okay. The resultant skill power is displayed here. Ishmael's Loggerhead skill has the higher skill power, so the enemy's skill loses a coin. As seen in this example, they will continue to clash until one of them has no more coins to flip. The unit with remaining coins ultimately wins that clash. Remember, winning clashes is one of the most fundamental aspects of winning the battle. Coins, coins, coins! Flip, flip, flip!
좋아, 간다.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘. 단테.
Number of coins is number of hits attack does. Yeah, it's also kind of like a number of defenses you have. So that is a pre-battle introductions. Then hit the road. Pre-battle. Oh, the longer...
일단은 쓸만해 보이는군요.
They all got away, save for one though. Shouldn't we go after them?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
걱정할 건 없습니다. 마치
발판을 꽂고.
Oh, we're chasing them? Pre-battle, post-battle. So we battle. This time, let us learn about SP, or sanity points. SP has a maximum value of 45 and a minimum value of negative 45. Please note that the sinner's SP values can also be viewed here, next to these orbs adjacent to the portrait icons on the dashboard. Now, please issue a command.
좋아, 간다.
Each unit's SP values change based on certain triggers. They tend to heal SP with favorable triggers, winning clashes or killing enemies, and lose SP with unfavorable triggers. The higher the unit's SP value, the higher the chance to flip heads when flipping skill coins. Oh, so you can influence it. It's not just 50-50. High SP good. Low SP bad. The allied units all won their respective clashes in the previous turn, which healed their SP, sanity points. This put us in a favorable position. Please issue your next command.
폭들을 제거하겠소.
Please direct your attention to this unit's health point bar. This thin line here is called the stagger threshold. Oh, I didn't even notice that.
공격하오.
When a unit's HP drops below the stagger threshold line, they become staggered. Stagger, stagger, stagger! Staggered units cannot take any actions and take double the damage, which puts them at a significant disadvantage in battle. Kill, kill, kill!
볼게. 꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘, 단테.
You have put the remaining enemies in panic states by defeating their allies in the previous turn, which dropped their SP. When an enemy's SP drops below a certain threshold, they may enter low morale or panic states, which inflict them with negative effects. Units in low morale or panic states are marked by these labels. Each unit gains different effects from entering low morale and panic states. Select this icon to learn what effects this unit is suffering from. Ah. Okay.
좋아, 간다.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
Oh, 95% is the max, so you can still fail a coin flip. Kind of like shooting point blank in XCOM with a 99% chance to hit and still missing. There was a post battle, right?
잠시만요.
뭐죠?
저는 정체되지 않고 나아갈 수 있다는 말에 여기에 그런데 지금은 쥐새끼도
의미가 없진 않소. 저도
시끄러워요. 좀 아무튼 이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만 명령할 거라면
입사 계약서를 제대로 회사는 허용될 수 없답니다.
Resignation is not
계약하면서
permitted.
말한 이야기가 거짓말이라도 그 계약이 효력이 있을 거라 생각하는 건가요?
Wait, the contract is based on lies.
당연히 효력이 애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까. 설마 제가 메피스토펠레스를
루피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
Oh, I think I remember now. So, we have to feed the bus.
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때 생기는 여러분은 그걸 통해 강해진 이상 씨는 잘 알고 계시겠죠? 거울 속
성장 또한 죄야. 거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면 또 다른 누구인가.
Possibilities. What exactly are you drawing out? Pre-battle and then post-battle. And then 4. Story, pre-battle. About possibilities.
그렇군요. 이런 걸
너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요, 이스마일.
자연히 시정잡배 같은 일보다 중목표에 도달하는 게
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의 모든 가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까
Mirror worlds.
기억이 조금 더 쉬워졌을 거예요.
So since this works by whisking out one of her limitless possibilities from the mirror worlds, it'll have overwritten a part of our memories.
곧 익숙해질 거예요.
뭐야? 그거 이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거
Yeah,
아니야?
what if I'm no longer my old self by the end?
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요. 인격과 기억을 빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을 잃도록 설계되어 있지는 않아요.
So you borrow identities and their memories. But there's a system in place which is designed to ensure that you retain control over your own
거울에
existence.
비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수 있으나.
Ah, so when you look away from the reflection,
벗어나면
it's bound to vanish once you walk away from the mirror.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는 거울 세계의 다양한 가능성을 가장 효과적인 타이밍에
메타몰프시스를 말하는 건가?
네 일종의 탈퇴이자
Renaissance and transformation.
어머? 그런 어려운
주어들었.
Renaissance. What does
이
that
사람
mean?
저 사람 많이 만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
현신이라.
담소는 끝난 일단 길부터 뚫자고. 어차피 지겨울.
Yeah, I was expecting it as the gacha. So we pulled already. So that's how so they are the same characters, but then they borrow memories, identities, skills from the mirror worlds. Select a unit to view their detailed information window.
뭐야?
This is where you view each character's basic stats. This is where you view the unit's list of skills and upgrade progress. You may also select an enemy to view their detailed information. Each unit has resistance values. Use these values to determine what attack type or affinity they are weak against. Okay, resistances. So these guys are weak against slash resistance is ×2, so try to avoid. Does this mean you want to avoid using slash because their slash resistance is ×2? Or does slash mean ×2 damage? Ah, okay, yeah, it's red for them, so it implies that, oh, it's fatal, so you want to use slash because you're gonna get ×2 damage. Oh, look at that, they're all slash attacks.
해보겠습니다.
Get wrecked
정도야?
with my impeccable command skills. In most cases, the unit with the leftmost skill on the dashboard will be the first to act among allies. Starting from the allied unit highest on the deployment order, an ally gains 1 additional slot with every passing turn. This means that they gain an extra opportunity to attack.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
겨우 이 정도야?
Use one of these buttons to let the sinners choose what skills they want to use. Oh. However, it must be emphasized that leaving the sinners to make their own strategic choices could lead to suboptimal combat performances. Clash outcome. Win rate. Damage. Win rate. So this is kind of like auto. Hopefully it's enough to carry us through the story. We can just watch them fight, fight, fight.
완전한 침묵.
I'm so bothered that the acronym EGO doesn't have a period after O. So we did the pre-battle, battle, and then post-battle. And that'll be it for the chapter, prologue. Then we go into chapter 1.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어.
Oh, here we go.
길은 뚫렸을 거야.
What do they call this? Lampshading? Where they're gonna explain the concept now. Did I use the term correctly? A writing technique where authors intentionally call attention to an implausible, cliched, or absurd plot point to make the audience more willing to accept it. Ah, okay, so it's like, but Verge, why can't we just run them over? So in a way, that is lampshading. But then they're gonna explain it. Lampshading is more... Yeah, they acknowledge it and then they move on. But here, they're gonna explain to us why we can't run them over. Oh, okay, I'm using it wrongly. It's... Narratively, it's like, for example, there's a movie about a serial killer. Just as he's about to kill a character, the murderer slips and then fatally stabs himself. So this would seem improbable, but if the writer acknowledges it as improbable, then the fiction can continue. It's like, oh my gosh, how did that happen? The victim, for example, would recognize that they were incredibly lucky. And then the story goes on. I get it now. Because sometimes it's like, oh, wait a minute. They can't not have noticed how lucky they are. So it might bring the audience out of the fiction. So lampshading is there to like, I'm assuming it's there to avoid, avoid glaring. Avoid glare. You lampshade it and saying, yeah, the character knows he was lucky. So we move on. I want to use these terms correctly. Road's clear, but Verge, Mephi could have just run them over and pushed through just fine. Huh? What was the point of putting me through all that fighting then? Virgilius stepped in at the sight of my rattling head and agitated gestures.
진정하시죠. 걸음마도 떼지 못한 아이에게 달리기를 시킬 걸어볼 기회가 있다면 직접 그리고 당신은 관리자, 나는 길잡이. 알겠습니까?
So he's the guide.
달지 말라고.
How am I supposed to not question a stranger who can't even hear me?
찌깍거리긴 하는데
별말 없었습니다.
긍정을 성대하기도 하는군.
그럼 메피 출발하자. 야호.
Yahoo. Good morning, Tao.
결혼
We're checking out the story of this game. If it's as good as people say.
매우 신나. 날아갈 것 같습니다, 카론.
Oh, they're excited.
좋아.
So, where are we going?
베르길리우스,
말했.
But just where are we going? With his sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
지역으로 출발하지.
Oh, cutscene. Oh, it's the beginning of the game. I like how we get a TV series intro. There's a theme. It's a great theme. The lyrics are so edgy. Golden Bow. Yo, what kind of city is this? Did you see Tian Chuang's trailer? No, I'm gonna go in without watching anything. So I'm gonna be surprised. How was the stream? Did you enjoy the stream? I'm assuming you watched the 1.2 live stream. I tend not to watch those things because they're super hype and I love celebrating with everyone, but I'm more the type to be like, I'll just play it when it's out. But I did see snippets of Tian Chuang's gameplay when I was like flicking through the YouTubes. And it looked very fancy. Where were we? Pre-battle, post-battle, and then we got the intro. And that's the signal of the beginning of the game. In earnest, then we go to chapter... Canto 1, right? Yeah. Okay, we're getting closer to the point where we stop the game. Vroom vroom.
베르, 앞에 장애물이 있어.
The chatter was what finally got me to open my eyes. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Not that there was much else to do in a bus whose destination was unknown to me. My lack of head and memory certainly didn't help either.
그래.
덜컹덜컹 비싼 세정제야. 베르가 큰맘 먹었다고 그랬어.
The clumps stuck to the window gently dissolve, letting light through. Ew. Most of the people seated on the bus, sinners, fixed their gaze ahead with varied expressions in their eyes. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is to be expected in the city. Hey. It felt rather awkward to try to get another shut-eye again now that I was wide awake. Just then, a man with conspicuously overgrown stubble drew my attention. But, I mean, glasses. Know where we're going right now? A feature far more conspicuous than his stubble made me slip.
방금 벌레 양반이라고 부르려고 했지?
I thought we were gonna call him Bud, not Bug Guy. I was gonna call him Bud. Buddy, pal. Oh shit. I just looked at the resume in Facebook and they posted a trailer with their gameplay. Nice. So, is it gonna be... Is she like on Void Hunter, Sentinel's Resonator, OP levels of I'm just that's what I'm assuming. But yeah, how did it look to you? Did it look like she was like, you know, Tian Shi Chuang, the strongest character we have in the story right now? Because I saw the animations, some of it were very fancy. Must pull? Definitely gonna pull for her.
다시 한번 말하자면 당신이 시계 대가리가 아니라
I couldn't find any excuses, so I just gave back a light nod.
어이, 기사 양반. 우리
And then he goes, bus girly.
다시 한번 말하자면 내 이름은 카론이요.
Like, oh, my name's not Bug Guy, just like the name. That's just like your name is not Clockface. Oi, bus girly, where are we going? That was funny. That was funny.
당신이 벌레 양반이 아니라 그레고르라고 불리듯이.
Got her you there. Got you there. Yeah, she got you there, Gregor.
베르가 말했어. 수감자들은 방금
District 4.
연주낭자의 출신.
Grass Maiden.
아까부터 시끄러. 입 다물고 조용히 좀 가지.
나는 아까까지 입을 다물고 있었.
말 대답하지 마.
이봐요. 본인이 더 시끄럽다.
죽어도 살아난다고 해서 아프지 않은 건 아니야. 한번
옳은 말을 했는데도 돌아오는 게 폭력이야.
For a moment, I found myself contemplating. Should I step in? Is this the part where I exercise my authority as the manager with dignity and grace? A faint memory urges me to do something. Now, guys. It's unadvisable to lose your cool.
모분초도
Tranches.
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지지. 도야지 같은 새끼들.
To write against noisy crying hogs and tails scragging. Tranches. Oh, and now they're just killing each other. It's kind of like Deadpool and Wolverine. It's like they know they can just revive or resurrect. So they're like, any argument, and they just end up mutilating themselves just for them to like heal themselves back. Don Quixote. Well, that character is inspired by tales of that.
이유 없는 폭력은 용서받을 수 없다네. 그대는 내가 응징하지.
Yeah, they're just so used to like death is like just a hindrance to them. So they're like, yeah, let's blow each other's faces off to let off some steam and resolve disputes.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어. 옷에 피가 튀었.
This is just crazy. We haven't even reached our destination and 3 people are dead already. And all because of infighting too.
이거 잠깐 한눈이라도 너희 넷 이번 달 버스 청소다.
어째서? 본인은 정의를 구현했을.
잠깐! 내 옷 빨래도 포함시켜줘. 피는 와인이라.
No one bats an eye at the lifeless janitors-to-be littering the floor. Maybe they're already taking their unlimited revivals for granted. So, currently in the story, we're assuming it is unlimited revivals at the cost of our pain. Problem is, I don't even know how exactly I'm supposed to bring them back.
Dante, 시계를 돌려줘.
Turn the clock? Their weapon says impossible dream in Spanish? Oh, no wonder. Yeah, they're all about that impossible dream and brightness and heroic possibility.
그런 모양새면 우리 파우스트 씨.
Virgilius gives Faust a tired nod and gestures to me. She lets out a small sigh but still came to my seat, probably out of a sense of obligation.
처음 만났던 날에도 당신이 했던 일을 말하는 거예요, 단자. 다시 해보죠.
Though I have no eyes to close, blocking out my sight is something I've done. I had no reason not to follow Faust's instructions here.
사실 문은 어디에 그러나 당신에게만 보이죠. 왜냐하면
At that, I felt a sliver of light easing into my sight. I let it come to me the same way I'd opened my eyes. And then, Full Metal Alchemist! An expanse of space laid itself out ahead. There, I was alone, with a massive door that stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Waves of suffocating heat and cries of agony escaped through the gap. My mind almost blacks out at the sound of the incessant lamentations and wailing. I'm feeling like Max Payne's James McCaffrey, rest in peace. His voice would have been great for the narrations. However, I find myself approaching the door still, grasping at its handles as if it's the most natural thing to do. Despite appearing rather ponderous, the door opens without much resistance. I run my hand along the inside of the door. Thousands upon thousands of cacophonous wailings lie within. And reaching further inside, I grab a few outstretched hands. Oh, we fish them out of hell? I can feel the histories of different sins, each bearing a brand of its own, crawling along my hand and up my arm.
고통을 나눌 준비가.
Could that have been a question? Or rather, pressure to comply? With all my strength, I yank out the sinners clinging to my hand from the door. Ah! A terrible pain spreads through my neck and head. A torture so unbearable I'd have taken death over it, and it refused to let up. The sensation of bones and muscles twisting and entangling with each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My untrained legs buckle under the unbearable pain, and I drop to my knees onto the pool of blood. And then I see it. The vibrating surface of the red, viscous liquid bubbling and spattering as the pain grows even worse. Soon, the blood soaking the ground coagulated and fused into these three separate masses. Then, the pain that seemed to go on forever disappeared just like that. And then they're back. As the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew off, the terrible red haze cleared from my vision, and I was once again returned to the rumbling bus.
목이 베어졌다가 붙어버린 심경은?
As soon as Heathcliff comes to, he rubs his neck, hisses out a few curses, and stomps towards the Ryoshu. Hold on, I just brought you back and you're going straight into another fight? Heathcliff whips around to glare at me, eyes blinded with fury.
어차피 살리는 게 대기할까 있으면 그 가짜는 시계대가리 째로 부수기.
잠깐만요. 단테 씨가 괴로워하시.
Heathcliff does not wait for Sinclair to finish his speech and slams his steel bat into the young man's skull. The bus filled with Sinclair's choking, unintelligible gurgles as he lay dying. Jesus, this guy. Heathcliff tightens his grip on the bat with Ishmael, while Ishmael readies to swing her mace. This guy is a problem. We need to solve it. How did I end up managing a bunch of people who stay the same wrecks, even after literally coming back from death? As my mind wandered, a sinister chill swept in and froze the tension in the bus into total silence. Well, to be fair, Ryoshu was the one that they were just like shouting at each other, right? And then Ryoshu was like, "Shink! Behead! Decapitate!" So of course he's pissed. So Virgilius is our dad. He's the one that'll step in. Proper discipline. Because he's the one that actually made Heathcliff stand down just by staring at him. He's upper management, it seems. The sinners, who'd been seconds away from jumping at each other's throats, came to an immediate standstill. So we're middle management. And middle management takes all the brunt from upper management and the people, and we still have to take care of the people under us. The sinners, who'd been seconds away from jumping at each other's throats, came to an immediate standstill as a pair of red eyes raked over them with a freezing, merciless glare.
첫 번째 규칙, 버스 안에서는 무기 부딪힌 순간 이후로 너희는 내게 제발 죽여달라고. 난 충분히 그럴 수 있는 사람.
Sinclair's death throes were the only sound that broke the silence. Heathcliff glowered at Virgilius, but didn't dare argue back.
Dante, 미안하게 됐어.
Again? Yeah, poor kid. I quickly shook my head. There was no way I was putting myself through that again. It hurt so much that death seemed downright merciful. Oh, we're actually refusing. The ghost of a smile on Virgilius's face evaporates as his expression hardens.
내가 아직 사과와 부탁을 하고 있을 때, 단지 아픔이 두려운 거라면, 그래서 고개를 그 정도의 고통에는 눈 하나 깜빡 안 하게 말이죠. 그럼 견딜 수 있지 않게.
내가 잘못 들은 건가? 관리자님이
당신 기어드는
입사할 때 나의 상관은 네가 아니라 관리자님이라고 분명히 들었다.
Oh, we're the executive manager.
관리자께서 고개를 저었다면
그래, 보좌관께서 나서 그렇다면 보좌관께도.
Virgilius's eyes turned a deeper shade of red, sharpening that bone-cold stare. I don't really know what I meant to do as the manager, or if I even deserved to take this role. But I felt that I should at least stop things from spiraling into an even bigger mess. Bringing back one sinner should hurt less than reviving all 12 at once. Otis, I'll rewind the clock. It's okay. Virgilius caught me frantically gesturing for Otis to stand down, and the red gleam in his eyes faded.
잘 생각하라.
관리자께서
Otis looked like she had more to say, but quickly backed off and snapped into attention. The red door greeted me again, bringing with it the sickening sensation of my bones and muscles churning and contorting against one another. I decided to stop describing the pain to myself going forward. It's not the sort of torture I could ever put a name on anyway. Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and bowed in appreciation before tottering back to his seat. Fun! As somebody in the fandom called Dante a proud mother of 12. Where were we? Was that Vroom Vroom? Pre-battle.
저기 질문이 있네.
Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand.
첫 번째 규칙은 이해했다네. 그럼 두 번째는
아이 그거
Virgilia shot a cold stare at Ryoshu, who had just lit a cigarette. She returned the look with an unreadable expression on her face.
두 번째 규칙. 버스 바닥에 담배꽁초.
The bus falls silent again.
잠깐. 버스의 결혼 왜 속?
답이 없어.
잘 됐군. 분위기를 좀.
Could he be suggesting a fuel stop? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like some normal person at a pump felt strangely out of place.
차가 움직이려면 캐론 헤드라이트.
댄스 타임이야.
Dance timey.
잠깐. 헤드라이트까지 켜면
그걸 노린 거군.
네?
I could hear someone pounding against the bus's steel plating outside.
에이, 가진 거 다 놓고 내려. 30초 준다.
That's what I was talking about. They sound like hooligans.
9.
Oi. Oh.
이봐, 20이 빠졌잖아. 그럼 20초 동안은 기도나 하고 있어라.
왜 이렇게 주변에
뭐라고 했냐?
비겁하게 습격을 하다니. 틀림없는 악인들이로군.
자, 그리고 말이야.
Half them. Interesting.
해줘.
That was pre-battle and then battle. Select to battle to begin the encounter with the currently deployed sinners.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
I don't even know who I have on my team. Or if they're built or anything. Chaining multiple skills with the same affinity in the same turn will activate what is known as resonance. Oh, colors! Connect these skills with the same affinities and activate resonance. So blue, blue. Yellow, yellow. Chaining 2 or more skills with the same affinity in the same turn will activate what is known as resonance. Does it have to be in order? Like blue, blue? Or can we do blue, yellow, blue, yellow?
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Too much for my 2 brain cells. It's typical Project Moon. If you play their previous games, some would say their systems are so utterly unnecessarily complicated, but for fans of their games, it's part of the charm and the experience. Chaining 3 or more adjacent skills with the same affinity activates absolute resonance. Try activating absolute resonance using these skills. But so far, it's manageable. I'm not like overwhelmed. Skills closer to the right end of the dashboard receive greater boosts. Okay.
규정에 따라 실행한다.
Yeah, since we're just doing the story, I'm not really worrying about like losing combat. Each unit has a unique passive. Usually in these gacha games, the story is pretty much tutorial level. Select Faust to view her passive.
무슨 일인가요, 관리자님?
Select the Sinner skill tab. Select the passive button here to view its activation conditionals and effects. Here's where I zone out. I don't like reading skill descriptions and all of that. Faust passive is a resonance passive. The conditionals for these passives can be met by activating resonance that is explained earlier. Please activate the resonance passive by activating resonance for the necessary affinity. Faust's passive requires 2 or more pride or indigo resonance.
규정에 따라 실행한다.
재밌는 순간이에요. 늘 새롭다니까요.
순조로운 전략 좋은 전략입니다.
지금이 기회입니다.
But I like how the combat, it feels like it's choreographed and how they're just zooming around the battlefield and engaging the same enemies and blocking and all that. Like, I really love the animations are quite simple, of course, but the idea it makes you, the feeling it gives you for the look of combat. Like, I'd love to see it fully animated in an anime episode or something. Let us take a look at different types of passive. These icons in the top left corner, and see, they just keep adding more and more. These icons in the top left corner of the screen also show the list of available passives. Select Merceau's icon highlighted here. Sinner's Merceau passive is an owned passive. Owned passives activate automatically each turn, provided you have enough ego resources to meet the requirement. This passive requires you own 2 sloth yellow resources. Use a skill to gain an ego resource corresponding to that skill's affinity viewable here. Since we gathered enough sloth yellow ego resources in the previous turn, the owned passive is already activated. Currently, active passives will be highlighted. Currently active passives will be highlighted. Support passives. Dude.
행동을 개시합니다.
순조로운 전략, 좋은 전략입니다.
For normal resonance, order does not matter.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
For absolute, it does. But also, honestly, both mechanics are usually not important unless characters have specific interaction with it. Animations for more recent characters are more elaborate. Playing skills of that color, you get points of that color. Yeah, like gathering mana. And they can be used passively to activate passives if you have them. Yeah, that one I understood. So we did pre-battle and then battle. So now we move to 1-3. Pre-battle. A deep guttural rumble erupts as the side of the bus heaves and splits open. A number of human shapes littered the ground before the bus's gaping maw. Some still conscious, others no longer in one piece. The maw then stretches even wider and, for lack of a better word, starts chewing through the bodies. Every bite came fast and voracious. Ryoshu took in the spectacle with clear satisfaction, as though determined to savor every moment of it. Off to the side, Sinclair looked visibly shaken.
제정신이 아닌 것 같아요.
The way he reacted made me wonder what history the sinners carried. Just to make sure, none of you were forced to join, right? Whatever happened before my head got replaced with the clock is a complete mystery. But as far as I could tell, I was basically forced into the company. And maybe they're not so different from me, or so I thought, until... Sinclair bowed his head as if I'd hit a raw nerve.
그래요. 맞아요.
He was muttering under his breath like he wasn't talking to me at all.
입사하지 않았어도 했을 일이요. 저기 또 악의 무리가 달려드네.
Oh, that was quick. And then we go to battle. That was pre-battle. Enter.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
In addition to attack skills, each unit also has defense skills. Lightly tap a Sinner's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard to swap their bottom skill with the defense skill. First, let's try selecting Sinner Mercel's portrait to generate a guard skill. Now, select Faust's portrait to generate an evade skill. Finally, select Sinner Heathcliff's portrait to generate a counter skill. Lightly tap the Sinner's portrait again to cancel the generated defense skills. Let us demonstrate the effects of each defense skill in this battle. Chain the defense skills, then start the combat phase.
행동을 개시합니다.
When used under the right circumstances, defense skills can be even more effective than clashing or attacking enemies. However, poorly timed use of these skills can put the sinners at great risk. Also, please note that sinners will not select their defense skills unless you personally issue a direct command. Keep this in mind when using the auto skill chaining functions.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
먼저 간다.
They're getting chonkier.
행동을 개시합니다.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
The sound effects are quite satisfying.
행동을 개시합니다.
쉽네.
당연한 결과죠.
Yummy.
쉽네.
Defense skills, anything other than evade and special counter is kind of trash, not worth using unless characters built around it, or if you know their choice. I was wondering, they didn't seem very... It seemed underwhelming. It's like, defense skills, I'll just deal damage. Pokemon. Of course, if you want to compete in Pokemon, you have to look at your defense skills and special skills. But back as a kid, I'm like, if the move doesn't do damage, why would I learn that move? 69%. Very nice, Heathcliff. Oh, shit. We did pre-battle. Pre-battle.
배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라. 기계 덩어리 팔자가 더 낫네.
제공되는 식사는 모두 정량이야.
그 정도 먹어서는 기운이 안 난다.
I thought I'd heard Heathcliff shouting, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요. 로보토미 코퍼레이션에서 추출했던
And of course, for those who played the previous games, they would be more rewarded by these references.
이전 엘사 말이군요. 특이점으로 에너지를 생산하는 회사라고 들었어요.
맞아요. 그래서 지금 하지만 메피스토펠레스는
The body. I could not help but fixate on that word as I looked back and forth between the chewing maw of the bus and Otis, who was barking orders at the other sinners.
엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서만 추출돼요. 특히나 생명 활동이 있을 수.
Oh, no wonder I needed them alive. Brain and spinal nerves. So that's why Virgilius told the sinners not to kill the assailants. Okay then.
그럼 해당 부위만 먹여도 되는 거 아니야? 라기엔 피와 근육도
So
연료로 쓰일 수 있어요.
why the whole body then? It's because their blood and muscle tissue can also be processed into fuel.
엔케팔린이 시동과 추력을 위해서 필요하다면 나머지 생체 물질은 순항할 때 사용되죠.
하이브리드요.
Ah, yeah, it's funny. It's a hybrid vehicle. Faust went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, and that harvesting enkephalin from human bodies won't be sufficient in the long run. Most of it went straight over my head, though. Well, that's complicated, but I get that you're in for some tough work.
뭘요? 파우스트는
고생은 우리가 하고 있지. 이봐.
That is pre-battle, then we enter. Alright, let's have a look at this. I actually have... What's the recommended for each... We're still like a kind of in tutorial. Let's choose our highest level ones. 9, 9, 9, 9.
손맛이 뭔지 보여줘.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
We tuning their emotions into a special drug and then into power. We run on spice. Adjusting the density of information. This game is so self-aware. There's a button that adjusts the amount of information displayed. Minimum, medium, maximum. Minimum. Off. Auto.
행동을 개시합니다.
순조로운 전략이 좋은 전략입니다.
당연한 결과죠.
Oh, wave 2. Auto.
행동을 개시합니다.
좋은 전략입니다.
당연한 결과죠.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
Manager level increased. Yay. So they taught us about enkephalin. 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 Yuri! I love Yuri.
어이, 적당히 끝내라.
Virgilius said, poking his head out the window. Guessed who?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까 길잡이가 필요할 저
Oh, tutorial.
림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
Limbus Company. Someone approaches us with apparent hesitation.
맞나 보네요.
The bus had just about finished its meal and was crunching down on the last bits of bone. Yuri watched it indifferently before introducing herself.
예전 엘사에서 근무했던 유리예요.
Previous
잘
L Corp.
부탁합니다.
Lobotomy Corp. Okay. Previous L Corp. You mean?
로보토미 코퍼레이션이겠고.
네. 우리는 로보토미 코퍼레이션. 9L
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데. 추락한 날개라니. 분명 끝이 좋지 않았을 텐데.
무슨 소리야? 날개고 뭐고 돈만 함께라.
괴물이 아니라 환상체요. 어쨌든 사실이에요. 지부 가장 깊숙한 곳에 최근에 피어나기 시작한 엘사의 기술.
단테.
Golden Bows.
며칠 전에 내가 제안했던 걸 기억합니까? 성정수, 황금가지를 모아.
Hearing the word aspect still makes my head ache. What exactly was I trying to do?
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다. 그때
I return a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. Alright, for now I should focus on what my present self is able to process. And if it's lobotomy corp we're scouring, we might come across some enkephalin too.
그러면 더 이상
거기다가 운이 좋으면 에고까지 얻을 테니.
Ego. That's another unknown term that makes me tilt my head. But in any case, it seems rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And apparently, I wasn't the only one who thought so.
유리 씨는 무슨 일 하며 지냈나?
Gregor flashed what looked like his best attempt at a kind smile at our new passenger, hoping to strike up a conversation. The corners of his eyes twitched from forcing a facial expression he obviously wasn't used to, but I pretended not to notice.
내가 보아하니 그대는 해결사일 것 같소. 그들에게서는
Noble scent of heroes. As Yuri gave a slight nod, I heard Ishmael release a deep sigh.
어디서 그런 소식을 들었는지 모르겠지만
금세 다른 밥벌이를 찾는 게 쉽진 않았을 텐데.
아직은
아하, 굳이 다시 예전 직장으로 돌아가서 크게 한탕이라도 치면
실적을 세우면 계약 기
그렇지. 보통 계약직 시절은 실적하는.
그거 참.
어이, 아까부터 왜 이렇게 비꼬는 거야?
글쎄요. 처음부터.
Seemingly unaffected by the abrasive attitude, Yuri quickly took on an empty seat. Glancing between the two of them, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I don't think I'll ever get used to being around these people.
빨리 배어드는 편이 편할 겁니다, 단테. 그럼 출발하지.
내 피부에 빵빵, 카룬도 빵빵.
So cute the way she talks. I don't understand Korean, but the way she talks is just like intentionally cutesy. Take anyone you want. Mexicans in there is weak but have strong evade. Funny animations. Levels are basically irrelevant. I like how it implies that gacha energy regeneration here and Kefalen is sinners hunting random hooligans in their spare time. Pretty much. So we did pre-battle story. Now we enter to battle.
기대하지.
Man. Oh, there's actually dialogue sometimes.
행동을 개시합니다.
확실히 배우는지 쓸모없잖아. 침묵. 좋은 전략입니다. 그 누구도 볼 수 없다.
It's like we have words of affirmation. Our enemies seem to be under the weather. We should take advantage of this.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
생각대로 되었어.
좋은 전략입니다.
Nice.
힘은 확실히 페이지. 쓸만해졌고. 이 정도면 조기 소진 걱정은 안 해도 되겠는가?
Man, she's insane. I'm sure some people like that. Map.
근데 지도는 제게 있는데요.
No answers are returned, but the bus keeps speeding anyway.
그건 말이지. 감이지. 카룬의 감. 네? 분홍머리. 카룬 앞을 이상한 종이로 막는 이유가 뭐야? 계속 이상한 방향으로 가니까 그렇죠.
Karen reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't continue to ignore it when it was shoved right in her face.
마음이 향하는 곳.
Follow the heart.
길이 있을지니.
She can admit when she's lost.
옳소. 우리는 모두
그냥 지도 보는 법도 모르는 길치라.
제가 하고 싶은
Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync.
오, 우리 기사님. 분홍머리가 계속 제잘거려. 아니 그러니까 방향이 앞에 또 장애물이야.
아니 카론.
어이! 버스가 근사해 보이는데
메피스토펠레스의 후 내리지. 아직
Adorable. So that is pre-battle. Enter.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
Interesting. We seem to have most of the mechanics.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
쓸만해졌고.
Welcome back from the ad break.
침묵.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
완전한 침묵. 그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
좋은 전략입니다.
I like the backstab.
완전한 침묵. 완전한 침묵. 깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
Oh, we have a pre-battle. Remember, we have a post-battle story for the trio. Ego, boss, direct fight tutorials, and probably like whatever endgame content.
서쪽일까요? 카론은 두 가지 방향만.
Mephi's front and back.
메피의 지금까지 방향도 모르는 사람이.
카론. 그러니까요.
하.
해가 뜨는 쪽이.
At the driver's seat, three heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been at a slightly different elevation from the others.
꼬맹이, 너도 저기.
무례한 소리! 난 어린이가 아니라네!
Watching Don Quixote shake her fist sky high at Rhodia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Yuri might have put up with a rough childhood. Huh? Gregor cast a quick glance at me, shook his head, and went back to watching the driver's side with his chin propped on his hand.
딱히 어린 편도 아니야. 일단 칼을 줄 수 있으면 전쟁.
Nests. They explained that a nest is basically the center of a district, if my memory is correct. Sounds like nests used to get into wars with one another in the past. Did that happen often?
아주 없는 일은 아니었지. 관리자 양반. 전쟁에 대해
Oh, I'm not really curious about the details. Just gathering info I should know as the manager. Just as I went to speak again, a sideways glimpse of the look on Gregor's face made me pause. He had this faraway look in his eyes, as though he was staring past the driver's seat.
그런 자세를 뭐라고 하고 싶은 건 아니야, 관리자 양반.
He slowly continued, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도 개인적으로는 모를 수 있을 때 일단 알게 되면 다시는 모를 수.
Ooh, someone has a past. Without another word, he lit a cigarette.
아니요, 방금 저쪽에서
괜찮아요, 카론. 조금만 더 가서 꺾어도.
And it's like suddenly there's like lighthearted humor after starting the game with death and resurrection and more death and blood and gore and everything. And then we're like, oh, she can't read a map. How funny.
기사의 삶은 고단해.
뭐 지금 더 급한 건.
Gregor chuckled, each snort sending a puff out from his smoke-filled mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he's right that I should focus on the other things for now. Because, as if on cue, an urgent matter presented itself right before our eyes. Or rather, right at the doorstep of our bus.
옥신각신을 그쯤 해라.
친구들의 버스에 전화타니 이 가만 안 둔다. 버스만 가지려고 했는데 너네도
베르, 연료들이 시끄러워.
The fuel is acting up.
두 명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
걱정할 필요 없다, 카론. 전원.
It's like everyone we've met so far beyond the bus, we've killed. Pre-battle, battle.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
Oh wait, no, we did meet Yuri. She was friendly.
무슨 맛일까? 힘을 확실히 빼는 편 좋지.
출진이다! 승리했어!
행동을 개시합니다.
피는 확실히
생각대로 되었어.
행동을 개시합니다.
좋은 전략이 쓸만해졌군. 이 정도면 조기 소진 걱정은 안 해도 되겠는가?
And then there was a post battle.
자,
카론, 딴 좀.
A question reared its head as I stared at the trio arguing over the map once again. This bus was made specifically for Limbus Company, right?
정확히는 저희들
Isn't that basically what I said?
그게 그 뜻 아니냐고.
That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. Is the clock broken or something?
그 정도는 째깍이지 않아도 알 파우스트는 모르는 것이.
Anyway, it must have been taking a long while to get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the side.
예상한 만큼 걸려서.
She's downright oppressive to talk to.
파우스트는 천재예요. 도시의
어이, 그렇게 뛰어나시다면 저 앞에 가서 길부터 찾아주지 그래.
파우스트는 오지랖쟁이가 아니에요. 그리고 인간이 무언가를 깨닫기 위해 골똘한 고민을 하는 건
뭘 골똘히 고민을 해봤어야 공감을 하죠.
I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan, however. With Virgilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. I wonder why they're always so prickly.
나랑 마음이 꽤 많.
With Gregor quietly snickering, the bus resumed its ride. I like how they're slowly built, like slowly but surely we're getting a sense of who each of these sinners are without being overwhelmed by the fact that there are like 12 of them. Like whenever they chime in, they reveal a bit about who they are and what they're all about, and it's slowly building into a crescendo, into like this, the chemistry slowly building and bubbling. This has no post-battle, just pre.
응? 무슨 이
Gregor's face stiffens the moment he looks out the window. Oh, bugheads.
단테, 머리가 시계라서 다행이야. 저런 거였음 저거 그레고르씨랑
저런 징그러운 벌레 대가리를 일부러 붙여.
가까이 붙지 마. 너한테도 해충병 없는다. 장난이야. 내 개그새.
Gregor scratched the back of his head awkwardly as the bus made a dragging rumble and came to a deflating halt.
과거 G사에서는 대부분의 직원들이
G-Corp.
그레고르 씨처럼 생체 무기 시술을 받았어요.
그레고르 씨 예전 G사 출신이었어.
Ishmael frowned as if she'd remembered something unpleasant but didn't elaborate further. Gregor managed to smile, but his hardened features didn't relax in the slightest.
저런 분들은 평소엔 어디서 주무시는 건가요?
세상에는 하늘을 천장 삼고 별을 좀.
아, 풍류가 있는 분들이로군요.
I don't think that's what he meant.
보아하니 저들 역시 내려야 하지 않겠어.
굳이 날 찝어서 말하는 이유는?
글쎄, 남의 추 앞장서 그레고르. 이유는 네가 참
고약한 사람이네.
A cluster of insect-headed soldiers were gathered close to the bus.
어디야?
넌 뭐야? 왜 우리
가만.
주로 포스터나 잡지에 서식했던 적이.
Gregor, do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게 중요한 건 아닌 것 같은데요.
신경 쓰이긴 하지만
Is that so? I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜 대놓고 벌레 모습인 채로 다니는 거야?
Rude.
어린애들은 마주치면 눈물부터 터뜨리겠어.
내가 특이한 케이스야. 대부분은 머리통에 무조건 이걸. 운이.
이유는 모르겠지만 저 사람들
이들도 황금 가지를 노리는.
그럴지도 그 정수를 원하는 각각이 바라는 소망도.
왜 날 쳐다봐? 내가
Well, everyone seems to be after these MacGuffins. Pre-battle. Enter.
목적지는 호기만소.
Okay, here's another mechanic. Let's learn how to use Ego. Ego are each sinner's unique skills that can be used regardless of the identity they are wearing. Let's inspect Sinner Heathcliff's Ego. Press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard. Every Ego currently equipped by Sinner Heathcliff are visible here. Using Ego skills consumes Ego resources and SP. The amount of SP consumed by each Ego is listed at the top left corner of its information card. Now, select this Ego, Body Sack. It seems we don't have enough Ego resources to use the Ego skill, so we need resources, mana to cast these. Each Ego skill requires a certain amount of Ego resources to activate. Here, you can view the number of Ego resources and their affinities required to use the Ego skill. It seems that we do not have enough orange, Lust, and purple, Envy, Ego resources. View your current Ego resource reserves here. The name of each sin affinity for Ego resources may still be unfamiliar to you, but you can check which is which by selecting each Ego's sin affinity resistances in the detailed info window. Required Ego resources can be obtained by using skills during battle. For example, an Envy colored skill will grant an Envy resource. As luck would have it, the units currently on the field possess skills with the affinities we need. Put them to use.
출진이다! 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
Press the win rate button to order the sinners to choose their own skills based on clash win rate. As you can see, an enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against Sinner Heathcliff, and it's unlikely he will win this clash. When a unit is about to clash with a difficult enemy skill, you can use an Ego skill to turn the situation around. Their high power makes them especially effective against strong enemy skills. If there are any usable Ego skills for which you have enough resources, it will be indicated in the shape surrounding the sinner, as shown here. Press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait again to enter the Ego selection. You now have enough resources to use this Ego skill. Double tap to select his Body Sack Ego skill again and equip it in Heathcliff's skill slot. Double tap. Once selected, the Ego skill will automatically be equipped in the bottom skill slot of the respective sinner. Equipping a different Ego skill in the same slot or swapping it for a defensive skill will unequip the current Ego skill and refund the Ego resources spent to equip it. Now, let's return to the battle at hand.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
The SP cost is consumed the moment the Ego skill begins its attack. Be warned, letting a sinner's SP drop too low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their Ego. Ooh, it's an ult.
이 안에 담아주지.
Brutally efficient. Efficiently brutal. Raising an Ego skill. Raising an Ego skill's thread spinning tier unlocks its Ego passive. Once a turn in which this unit used the Ego skill ends and the battle moves to the next turn, the skill's unique Ego passive will activate. You can view detailed information about Ego passives in each sinner's detailed info menu. Okay.
곡들을 제거하겠어. 사신이 낙엽하오.
예술이 뭔지 보여줘. 기다려.
고개 거울을 깨.
쉽네.
You're gonna send your ults and unlocks passives. Ult passive just work after cast, no extra steps needed.
고작 이 정도로
Done and dusted.
한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Yay, level 6. So we just had pre-battle. And then... pre-battle. Guides.
도착했다. 역시는 무슨 역시예요. 저랑 싱클레어 씨
그래도 이제 동남쪽과
Southeast from northeast.
다행이에요, 카론.
So this is the old L Corp.
저도 직접 보는 건 처음이네요. 그 일이 있고 나서
세상에 어떻게
부잣집 도련님한테는 익숙한.
잡담은 그만.
Huh, there are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의 해결사분 엘사지부에 이미 몇 번이나 방문한 적이 있는.
엔사하지. 왼쪽에 있는 분은
안녕하세요.
붉은 시선님, 직접 만나뵐 수 있어서 정말.
저 앞에 허름한 창고 보이지? 계단부터는 여기.
네.
여기 해결사 분들도 이만하면 되었겠지.
Huh? Wait, what?
언제까지고 뒷바라지.
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고 있겠다.
애당초 내가 동행하면 너희들은 관광하러
한마디로 실컷 쥐어 터지고 썰리고
보통 저렇게 말하면 항상 다른
편한 대로 특별히 가이드 분까지 붙여줬어.
네, 잘 해.
최선을 다해보긴 할.
I'll try my best, I suppose. That's reassuring. Ego overclocking.
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
So you better make to use the egos you want to get the resources you need. That's when team composition comes into play to generate those resources. In this encounter, we will learn about more advanced usage of ego. Sooner Yoshu will begin with a higher SV value for demonstration purposes. Every ego skill except for base ego skill can be overclocked. Press and hold Sinner Ryoshi's portrait. Let's try using Ryoshi's newly acquired Ego Awakening skill. You can change the Sinner's Sin resistances by using their Ego. Check the Sin affinities of enemy skills and use an appropriate Ego to adjust your resistances and gain an advantage.
해보겠습니다.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지.
Anime-like games really cannot help themselves from the invisible multi-slash.
순조로운 전략이 제가 해낸 것 맞아.
어떠냐?
Let's use that Ego skill again. Ego skills have a chance to corrode at lower SP values. Be warned, corrosion causes the Sinner to use a corrosion skill, which attacks allies and enemies indiscriminately. You can view the corrosion chance here.
해보겠습니다.
좋은 전략인데 아름답진 않네. 이 불 또한 예술의
Fourth match flame. Total 18 hits. Twing. Classic. Reaching negative 45 SP will guarantee that the sinners enter Ego Corrosion state. In an Ego Corrosion state, the sinners will indiscriminately attack both allies and enemies.
해보겠습니다.
Interesting.
모든 것을 태우는 것.
Oh. Ah!
모든 것을 태우는 것.
All-consuming fire! Ow! The sinner will recover from ego corrosion state next turn, and their SP will reset to 0. Oh, okay. Let's try the ego overclock this time. Press and hold the ego skill card to ego overclock it. Using ego overclock forces the sinner to use the corrosion skill of the ego. Overclock! It's like Withering Waves. If you have enough resources to use the overclock ego skill, it will activate as stable overclock. If not, it will activate as unstable overclock. Oh, it does not target allies. Even a stable overclock can corrode your sinners if their SP value is low. Okay. So using it without resources leads to unstable overclocking. Any insufficient ego resources will go into the negatives. Overclock!
모든 것을 태우는 것.
아름답진 않네.
어떠냐?
가라앉는군요. 가라앉는군요.
Was that the pre-battle and then battle? See if there's a post-battle.
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Nope. Grade 8 fixers.
Dante.
While the others were busy exchanging greetings, Virgilius called me over to a secluded corner.
미리 말해두자면 저들은
Only grade 8. Grade 8.
서열이 낮은 심부름꾼이라는 뜻입니다. 저들을 이용은 하되.
In other words, they're not dependable enough. I nodded to let him know that I understand his point.
어쩌면 그 버스 안에서 제대로 대화라는 걸 할 수 있모.
Virgilius gave my shoulder a pat with a crooked smile, then slowly made his way back to the bus. Pre-battle. Battle!
내가 나설 차례인가?
Alright, as far as tactics go, if I see purple, I activate ego.
무슨 맛일까?
And pray my resources just build up the way I want it to.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
승리했어!
당연한 결과죠. 완전한 침묵, 유지, 쓸만해졌고.
Oh, I used up. Alright, it's shared resource pool.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
지금이 기회입니다. 다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Ooh.
목적이 있었지.
The Odyssey had a purpose. It looks like she has a gunblade. It is a gunblade. Speaking of which, she's a gunbreaker. I love how the animation just answered my question.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
승리했어.
Yo, we have a gunbreaker? That's cool. I like her already as a fellow gunbreaker.
깔끔한 전투였어요. 적의 모든 급소를 파악했거든요.
Yo, is this where we actually stopped last time? I never did this? Resume? I never did this? Oh shit! Yeah, I saw that I did this and then I just forgot about the game. Dungeon structure. Your goal is to reach the last section at the bottom floor and retrieve the golden bow. Bow. The dungeon consists of multiple floors, each rife with events and encounters. Clear the sector at the end of the floor to proceed to the next. How do I forfeit? I want to forfeit. 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 Forfeit! Wow, okay, so I never did this. And then I forgot about the game.
하루가 저물어 가는 동안 나는
Oh. Where's the claymall? During the final stretch of each chapter, you'll be exploring a dungeon, a branch facility of the former Elk Corp. Designate the identities who will enter the dungeon with you. You can't adjust your team once inside, so choose wisely. When you're fully prepared, press the enter button. I wish there was a auto team build. I'll just get my highest level ones. Eh? Edit theme. What? Selected. Oh wait, we go in with everyone? Oh, cool, cool. So we have everyone comes in. Nice, nice. We enter the worn-down building of L Corp's branch facility. The deeper we advance into the dark ahead, the awful stench rising from the underground floor only grew stronger.
헛파쇠려 머리가 맑아지는 냄새.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만 이 안에서 죽으면 전투가 끝나도
Oh, we won't be able to revive them until the battle is finished.
되살아나?
유행하는 개그인가 봐. 요샌 도시에 무슨
Oh, they don't know about the resurrection. Looks like they've been dead for a while.
정확한 관측이십니다. 시체의
벌레들이 한창 잔치라도 여는 모양이네.
얼른 서두르자고.
응? 그래.
이건 노파심인데 설마 벌레 시체를 얼굴에 들이대는 유치한 짓은
짠.
하지 않을 거라비. 아이 저리 치워. 뭐가 이렇게 웃긴 거야?
Oh, that expression keeps coming to mind of male Korean actors doing the you know, chin up.
웃기잖아. 벌레를 무서워하는 게 다른 그래.
거기 장난은 그만 쳐라.
잠깐. 이 시체는 아직
I'm actually curious as to why our gunbreaker Otis is such a yes woman. I wonder what her damage is.
공격받은 건
The gloom that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies.
우리 아니 로보토미 코
여긴 이제 금광이나 다름없는 곳이 되어버려서 어중 몇몇 해결사나 조직들 사이에선
Lobotomy Dream and Kefallen Rush.
엔케팔린 러쉬
로드 앤 러쉬.
I see Ryoshu likes making acronyms.
조용히 있다.
그러한 잉글리쉬는 본래의 뜻을 가물하게 만들지 않겠소?
제 말이 그 말이 이성 씨 뭔가
이상하오?
그이는 원래 말속 최근에 조금 바뀌었어.
Shift
관찰력이
recently.
높은 졸개가 많아지는 건 나 계속 지금의 상태를 유지.
마치 그대가 캡틴 같구려.
제가
Frowning as though she were caught off guard. Otis bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpse's body parts were morphed in bizarre ways. One had insect wings protruding through their intestines, and another had horribly twisted antennae hanging down.
우리가 아까 마주쳤던 자들이랑
조용. 전방에 거수자분.
As Otis noted, multiple figures could be seen down the corridor.
거수자?
거동 수상자. 저기
I'm sure we all had the same idea as to what Otis was referring to. The enigmatic abnormalities that might be roaming this facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what those shadowy figures are.
어이, 거기
What we confronted weren't the creatures we'd anticipated, but people. It was too early to be relieved, though.
뭐야? 이 근방엔 우리들 뿐이라며.
입구 쪽에서 처리를 못한 건가?
어이 벌레들, 아까 그 시체들은 너네
시체?
잠깐.
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인진 모르겠지만 어차피 너희도 엔케팔린을 챙기러 온 거지. 거기는 너희에게 양보할게.
Scavengers.
알아본 것 같네.
The moment the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face, their thin veil of affability crumbled.
배신자 녀석.
Ah, traitor.
아, 너는 전방에 소속돼 있었나 보네. 어때? 그래도 포스터보다는
헛소리 집어쳐.
Salute to your face.
이런
실무는 그 가짜는 특혜로
Hmm.
부작용 없이 평균이 아니었어. 이 기만자 새끼야.
버려준 건 나도 마찬가지였어.
So they lost the war,
모든 군인들이
and
똑같잖아.
they're all jealous and envious of Gregor.
그 중에서도 너희들은 버려진 벌레처럼 살아가기.
어이, 적을 도발해서.
당신도 군 출신이라면 알잖아. 앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 돼.
순순히 보내줄 생각이었는데.
Who served in the military? Otis.
저 배신자 새끼째로 잘라 죽여주.
어이없는 새끼들이네. 우리가 엔캐 밑바닥에 떨어질 대로 떨어진 놈들한테
Yeah, they're gonna stab us in the back,
남아 있을 것 같네.
like an extraction shooter.
가진 놈들도 뒤통수를 쳐 때리는 판인데.
Then I stop. All right, uncharted territory from here. I guess I just choose the path. Story. Post-battle. Ah, wait. Okay, so before the dungeon delve, we choose everyone's ego. Sorry, ID. Or ID and egos. And then per battle, we go back to regular team selection.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
I like how we're getting, bits of world building, and the story is moving along at a quick pace.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
승리했어.
It's just, and I'm not feeling overwhelmed, and that's a good thing.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Like, aside from mechanics aside, gameplay aside, narrative-wise, I feel like I'm slowly sinking into the world at a pleasant pace. And yes, they're throwing all these historic moments around and everything, but the way they're writing into it, the exposition just flows naturally. Like, oh, Gregor was the face of a war that the bugs lost. Otis was also former military. And then, these... It feels like the way the characters are portraying themselves really lends to not only learning more about who they are and their mannerisms and their ideals and their past, but also sprinkling of world building that I don't need to know what the war is. I don't need a 5-page explanation about everything this lobotomy corp is. I didn't play the game myself, but it's not currently relevant right now in the story and emotion that they're trying to deliver. So I'm present in the moment. I'm not clicking on glossary entries, looking through codex entries. I love codex entries though, but I don't need to. I feel like I can trust the writers to lead me along and just get to know each character bit by bit. They're spotlighting Gregor now, for example. Gregor taking charge for this scene, and we're gonna see that with more of the characters, and there's 12 of them. But then, so with Gregor, it's like a matrix of interactions with the chemistry. So with Gregor, you get certain chemistry with certain characters, and Otis, former military, and whoever's taking the front will drag certain people along who are close to Gregor or antagonistic against Gregor. So it kind of the possibilities for the chemistry, the chemical reactions of this ensemble. It's refreshing to see an ensemble cast come to life like this. Chief Ryoshi is 00 ID, 5-star. Is that the one I have? I don't know who I have. Gregor lights a cigarette and takes a drag before sighing a long plume of smoke.
다른 보안업체에 취직을 해도 이것보다는 나았을 텐데.
평생을 군인으로 살았던 자들이다. 다른 직업으로 새 출발하기엔 적응하고 바뀌어야 할 것들이 너무 많았겠지.
For them to exemplify their archetypes and backstories as well. Otis, of course, former military, is commiserating with Gregor, who is currently, you can tell, taking a drag, thinking about the war. He's not in a mood to enlighten us. So Otis will be the one to speak up and say, well, being a soldier is all they've known. It's not easy to just start a new life after war, So it's cool just seeing them come together, and it makes sense for whenever someone steps forward and sheds light on the scene.
그리고 몰락한 날개 출신이라는 건 엄청난 꼴이.
Then we're now getting into Fallen Wings.
구둣발이라도 핥아줘야 할 정도로.
So we can assume then that they lost a war between nests, their wing fell, they're now displaced, and Gregor was quote-unquote lucky to be employed, and that's why all these people are calling him traitor and they don't like him.
아니에요. G사나 L사나
G Corps fall, L Corps fall.
날개가 부러진다는 건 그만큼 혼란.
And then that's it. It's okay, move on. We keep going. Oh, truly Uncharted now. We got the post-battle. That was the post-battle, right? Yeah, we just watched the post-battle. Containment hall. So now, select 5 sinners. So I have a 5-star. Well, I can't edit their egos and stuff now because I already deployed. So 5-star.
따라갈 준비는 끝냈습니다.
Yeah, when we resumed, it said that we cleared 1, the first encounter. Entities known as abnormalities may be found in dungeons. Otis bootlicking may have... Yeah. Otis is very like your adjutant, your aide. It's a commander. Red ones are 4 stars. Golden are 5 stars. Rest are 3-star base units. Okay, so I'd like to prioritize... Well, team building aside, I just want to choose my strongest units. So 5-star, 4-star, 3-star. Red. I look for red. So gold, red, and then everyone else. Entities known as abnormalities may be found in dungeons. A different kind of approach is needed in encounters against abnormalities. Oh, a twist in the gameplay. Battles that employ this different approach are called focused encounters. Let's explore its mechanics. All abnormalities have 1 or more parts. Each part has their own set of skill slots and speed values. In focus encounters, you may select the sinner skill icons and chain them directly to the abnormality skill slots. Select the skill from the leftmost column. Now, drag the selected skill to this enemy skill slot to chain them. Remember, in focus encounters, you connect the sinner skills directly to the enemy's skill slots. Please press the gear on the left if you would like to zoom out and view the entire battlefield. Pressing the gear on the left while zoomed in will reset your field of view. Once you have connected every available skill to the enemy's skill slots, the gear icon on the right, the button to enter the combat phase, will activate. Only then can you proceed to the combat phase. Now, chain every sinner skills to the enemy slots, then start the combat phase using the gear icon on the right. So it's like targeted gameplay. It's really us like locking in and saying, Otis, go after that one. Ishmael, take the legs. Faust, go for the belly. Don Quixote, go around, distract them. I think that's the feeling that they're going with this. So yeah, it's like Otis, go after that part. And then we have Ryoshi, go after that one. Faust, go for that. Don Quixote, go for that. Ishmael, support Otis. Fight.
행동을 개시합니다.
We got 3 parts down. They're all staggered. I'm gonna focus on damage. Resistances, none. Finish it off.
행동을 개시합니다.
Previous one is more auto. This one is manual, or you actively choose who attacks who. Yeah, pretty much.
좋은 전략입니다.
That one's back up. Ryoshi, finish that off. Everyone else, pile on that one. For good measure, Faust, if he's still standing, finish that one off.
쓸만해져.
No need.
완전한 침묵.
Wave 2. Speed determines the order of actions taken in focused encounters. The speed initiative assigned to each unit for this turn can be viewed next to their skill slots. Speed of allied units can be viewed here on the dashboard as well. As you have just seen, focus encounters are conducted by chaining your unit skills directly to enemy skill slots. Now, let's learn how to handle situations where several enemies are focusing on a single unit. Oh, I accidentally skipped. Allies with faster speed can force the enemies with slower speeds to redirect their attacks and clash with them instead by chaining their own skill against the enemies. Select a faster sinner, chain their skill against the enemy. As demonstrated, allies with faster speeds than the enemy can strategically draw attacks targeting other allies of themselves depending on the flow of battle. So when ally speed is greater than enemy speed. Another thing to note regarding targeting and redirecting. An allied unit targeted by an enemy skill can still clash against that skill, regardless of their own speed. Okay. Chain your skill against the enemies. Allies targeted by enemy skills can clash against skills targeting themselves, regardless of speed. If an allied unit's speed is equal to or lower than the enemy, they cannot redirect the enemy skill and may instead perform an unopposed attack. So it pays to act later. While multiple skills may target a single slot, only the last skill chained to it will clash. The others will activate as unopposed attacks. Sometimes it can be an effective strategy to forego clashes and have multiple units use unopposed attacks against a single dangerous enemy, even if it leaves them exposed to attacks from others.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Speed values.
좋은 전략입니다.
I didn't have to chain everything. Three, 3, 6.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
쓸만해졌군.
Oh, as long as we win, we'll... If someone is attacking you, you can always defend.
전 처음 봐요.
But if you
이런
want to
것들이.
intercept, you need to be faster.
모른다고?
Hopkins' face quickly turned into a cold frown. The expression on his face was such a far cry from his sycophancy before Virgilius that it sent shivers down my spine.
아니,
우리가 굳이 추락한 날개에 깃털을 준 이유가 뭔지 알지 않나?
A fallen wing's feather into our office.
엘사의 지부의 의뢰를.
잘하네. 하급 관리 길었네. 그리고 저 환상 체인지 환장 체인지 하는 걸
Abnormalities.
근데 처음 본다는 말이나.
호핀스, 배고파졌어?
유리 씨가 처음 본 게 확실하다면 이 개체는
그 코퍼레이션이 모든 환상체를 관리하고 있지는 않았을 뿐 유리안이 공부를 소홀히 하지 않았다면
Yeah, Hopkins.
감사합니다.
Jerk.
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 시킨다면 할.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Well, it looks like we're on our own now.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Boom. Gunbreakers are so cool.
달려라 로신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
Oh, so that's where Expanse got the name Rocinante for their ship.
피는 확실히 보이지. 쓸만해졌군. 당연한 결과죠. 그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
승리했어!
이제 쓸만해졌군.
Oh, we can speed it up. It seemed fast enough to me, but I was wondering like if there's a fast forward.
역시 붉은 시선님의
수아라고?
아이고, 우리 홉킨스가 말실. 그런데 왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는 거야, 홉킨스?
무슨 말을 하는 거야?
Hopkins slowly got to his feet after fidgeting for a moment. I noticed that his pockets were stuffed full, but I didn't bother to point it out. Eh? Employee lounge. You can find checkpoints as you explore the dungeon. Your sinners will fully heal their HP and reset their SP. Ah, okay. Then now you can change out people's... So we have 000. Facades.
뭐 이쯤이면 적당하게. 단테.
Oh.
눈을 감고 어둠 속에 숨어 있는 별.
As soon as I opened the door, Faust suddenly strode up to me and blocked my path.
너무 찬란하지도 않고.
The star. This one won't hurt, right?
별을 찾는 것만이라면 아프지는 않죠.
Something about the way Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and block my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면 까마득 당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
That's beautiful. That light. Is it only visible to me?
아니요. 당신을 통해 선전이 아니지만 모두가 별을 통해.
그럼 얼른 시계 돌려주세요.
돌린다고요?
돌아가기만 하겠어. 엄청 신기한 능력을 가지고 있다고.
Will no one recognize the pain I endure? Yeah, I figured facades were skins.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
아, 상쾌한 게.
I'm dying over here.
그 시계 진.
이 정도면 특이점 수준인데.
Hopkins stared at my head with palpable greed. He wants my head. I try to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again.
단테, 왜 네
It's nothing.
파우스티안. 관리자께서 가진 시계는 저들의 목숨을 돌려줄 수는 없어.
Oh, nice. And they question this one. Can we revive others?
시계는 수감자들에게만
Only works for us
동작해요.
sinners.
아, 차 배에 구멍이 쑥 났는데 아니다. 배가 뚫린 거면 운이 좋은 거지.
Huh? Wait. Ah! Aya! A tendril erupts from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
전원, 전투 준비.
내가 말했지. 난 항상
이미
Damn.
절망했어.
자,
일반적인 공격의 형태를 취하고 있지 않네요.
관리자님, 명령을
I felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back to us, tears welling in her eyes. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins, and Aya. Those three I can't revive. We have to fight now if we don't want any more casualties.
현명한 판단이십니다.
저 째까기는 소리가
Otis leveled a fiery glare at Hopkins, but soon reminded herself of her priorities and took a sharp breath before bellowing out.
관리자님의
The executive manager has given their command, lackeys.
포위 진영을 구축.
Surround the enemy information. The target is the uniform ahead.
네.
Encounter.
근데 저걸 잘하고.
The shadowed entity, its silhouette greater than a human's by several orders of magnitude, filled the room as its tendrils extended insidiously toward us. It was approaching, invoking in us a sense of terror, unlike any foe we've faced thus far. Boss fight. You have encountered a new abnormality. Please view its abnormality guide. Oh. You may encounter abnormalities with multiple parts in the dungeons you explore. In such cases, each part may have different resistances, passives, and skills. The abnormality's weak point is its fruit part. Target the fruit.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
You destroyed a part of the abnormality. Let us consult the abnormality guide to see if anything has been updated. You destroyed the fruit part. Physical resistance values for destroyed parts become fatal. Please note that parts marked as severable cannot be attacked once destroyed, unless they regenerate. Progressing through the encounter will unlock the enemy's passive information. Reading the details and clues in the enemy's information window is crucial to winning certain battles. I like how you have to learn about the enemy through trial and error. Continue suppressing this abnormality. Huh?
출진이다!
Singularities are basically key, very advanced technologies that are main sources of income of the wings. Usually each have one, it focuses on albeit some uses multiple. Like the singularity to create encephalic. During focus encounters, you, the manager, may occasionally be tasked with making key decisions in choice events. The tide of battle may drastically shift depending on your choices, so choose wisely. Skill checks. A heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes. Thus, it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet, someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled and piercing sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. Yet, someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Oh. The dry earth must be upturned. Which sinner is up to the task? They all kind of have something to say. Ishmael, this should be reasonable, as long as the plan behind it isn't total flotsam. Faust, my analysis does well. Thus tell me that this task will be relatively easy. Otis, the tide is in our favor. Please leave this to me. Oh, Ryoshi? So easy, I don't even want to bother. Don Quixote, I can do this. One must be willing to put forth effort in order to take a step forward. This is very high. Okay. Ryoshu walked with shaky steps. With bare hands, they dug up the roots. In their hands were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart. In their hands, that while the injury may heal distrust, this is Chef de Cuisine Ryoshu. Is that how I pronounce it? Ryoshu. Check passed. Threshold 6, outcome 7. Okay, very high. The effects of entangling roots expired.
좋은 요리법이요.
That was a good recipe. Cool.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Skill checks.
행동을 개시합니다.
힘 확실히 빼는 편 좋지. 순조로운 전략입니다.
Is this something from Limbus Company or something new entirely? Or Lobotomy Corporation? I keep confusing them. Oh wait, I think they were saying destroy the heart. Oh, that's done anyway. Yay, tutorial dungeon.
뭐야? 끝이야?
환상체는 함부로 제압. 클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
Clip-off mentioned.
뭐? 커피포트?
커피pot.
환상체들을 약화시키는 힘이에요. 격리실에서 보다 안전하게
Oh, it weakens
환상체를
abnormalities.
관리하기 위해
Its original purpose is to safely supervise and containment.
황금가지를 회수할수록 그 억제력도 점점 약해져 가겠죠.
나중엔 100번을 죽었다 깨어나도 힘들 수.
That's a terrifying thought. Where did its corpse go anyway? I'm pretty sure that attack did it in.
분명 숨통은 끊어졌습니다. 관리자님의
It couldn't have just shot up into the sky, could it?
역시 관리자님입니다. 그럴 간.
아이, 너희 눈엔 이 단단해 보이는 지하천장이 안 보이냐?
이쪽을 보세요.
Yuri gestured towards something listlessly. The shock of losing Aya must have shaken her up pretty badly, but seeing her endure and keep her chin up, I figured it was best to just let her be instead of trying to comfort her with a few words. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요. 적절하게 제압했을 경우
Ovate form.
그리고 부화할 거예요.
It'll hatch once again.
공간에서
뭐?
이것들이 죽지 않는다는.
환상체는 죽지 않아요. 그래서 엘사의 생산 에너지
이 상태의 핵을 격리실에 가져다 놓는 게 제가 하는 일이었는데 이젠 반대네요.
Is Yuri in Lobotomy Corporation?
알이 다시 깨어나기 전까지 림버스 컴퍼니에는 이런 환상체들을 담당하는 부서가
애프터
After
팀이요?
team. Oh, we have cleaners.
안내받을 때
그럼 시간 끌지 말고 빨리.
연락은 메피스토 팰리스에서
Why would we leave the transmission device in Mephistopheles?
그렇겠지.
너무 걱정할 필요는 없습니다. 황금가지만
Well,
찾는다면.
okay. Yes, but no. She represents generic customizable agent. Ah, okay. We went down another floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄.
대체적으로 로보토미 지부들은 그리고 각자 층마다 주인이 되는 아까
그런 전투 정보? 아니 그걸 대체 어떻게 알고 있는 거야?
파우스트는
안내에서는 비포팀이 사전 정찰을 한다고 하더라고요.
그냥 네가 관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
틀린 말을 하진 않았잖아요.
어쨌든 주요 적군이 등 뒤에 적을 두고서 전진하는 멍청한 일은 할 수 없으니 결국 그 층의 환상체를 정리해야만.
파우스트가 할 말을 아사가
말하지 않더라도 의도를 전달할 수 있다면.
단테.
I'm starting to feel like I'm being taken for granted. Hey everyone, rewind the clock, fix your broken bones. Oh, we're going right to left now.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
Another veteran appeared from the dark, his gait grim and heavy. He must have been a high-ranking soldier once. Despite its age, his badge still gleamed.
그레고르 과장,
Manager Gregor. Oh.
당신 얼굴은
자네 부장이었다.
Decrepit G-Corp head manager.
혼자 도망친 것도 모자라. 이젠 옛 전우이자 내 부하녀석.
이봐.
So the war ended a decade ago.
끝나? 아무 주의사에서 도망치면서 네 전쟁 우리는 아직도 전쟁의 한복.
이런 동질감은 갖고 싶진 않았지만 나라고 크게 다르지도 않아.
그렇다면 이해해야지. 전쟁터에서 배신자에게 내려.
그럴듯하게 말하지만 복수를 위한 집결.
Ooh, got him there with regulation. Who's even enforcing it?
명령대로 하겠습니다.
쓸만의 적군. 행동을 개시합니다.
순조로운 전략입니다.
완전한 침묵.
출진이다!
좋은 전략입니다.
Perhaps the time spent off the battlefield has rusted the old soldier's prowess. The head manager, who must have defeated countless enemies in his prime, was now facing his own end.
한때는 널
존경해달라.
더 이상은 전진하지 마라.
미안하지만 그러기는 힘들 것 같아. 성실하게 일하지 않으면 잘리거든.
돈에
애저녁에 훈장이랑 같이 팔았지. 집주인이 월세를 독촉해서 말이야.
This head manager smiled bitterly as he expired.
그 역겨운.
He took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move.
이번만이다.
Gregor put the borrowed cigarette next to the one he already held in his mouth, lit it, then tossed it on the chest of the deceased commander.
미안. 저건
Ryoshu gave a snort. For a short while, the smoke from Gregor's cigarette lingered in the air with prevailing silence. Oh, they share the smoke. Thanks for the care package, then. Oh, man. We're only in chapter 1.
이 오티스 참전합니다.
이곳부터는 폐장병들이 머물렀던 흔적조차 보이지 않네요.
더 이상 전진은
Does the story change depending on the path? As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seemed to have been here for quite some time.
이건 우리
둔기로 맞은 흔적이요.
관리 기록서. 이거 보통 관리 업무를 지정받으면 지겨울 정도로 안길려서 들어가니까
추측컨대 환상체가
아직 격리실로 운반하지 않은 날들이었다.
There are way too many corpses here.
대체 어떤 환상체길래? 잠깐.
이번에 사무실에서 비싼 장비를 하나 장만했죠.
얜 또 뭐라는 거냐?
특정 친구탄은 독성 검출이 높아진다고.
나 아까부터 귀에서 피가
고난 없이 어찌 전투를
I've been bleeding from my ears for a while now. Let's just say that casualty.
정작 그런
이거 예전에 보급되었던 시체들 사이에서
확실히 이 부분부터는
Hopkins had put on a gas mask before we noticed.
우린처럼
제공되는 보급품은 따로 없었습니다.
이 새끼, 넌 일찌감치 알고 있어.
Oh. Heathcliff broke off mid-sentence and dropped to one knee.
흥분하면 혈류가 더 빨라집니다. 자리에서 되도록 날뛰지 말고.
호킨스 씨.
나야말로 물어보자 유혈 기대도 안 하고 들여놓은 짐짝 같은 사람한테 가뜩이나 비싼 물건을 축낼 만한 사실을 냉정하게 말하면 우리 나야는 널 귀엽게 봐서 챙겨주려고 했을지는 몰라도
비겁한 새끼.
해결사에게 비겁이라니 되도 않는 말을 붉은 시선님이 데리고 다니는 이들이길래 누군지나 보려고 했더니 제대로 된 도구나 정보도 없이 여길 기어들어오는
쳤다 새끼를 그냥 두고만.
Picking up on the hostility, Hopkins backed off and made a quick dash for the exit.
그래도 덕분에 엔케팔리는 쏠쏠하게 얻어갈 수 있었어.
Oh, hence his full pockets. Fun.
창피할 테니까 질식사 말고 행방불명이라고 보고. 그럼
Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. And she wasn't the only one. Rodya, Heathcliff, and the other sinners were writhing in pain as blood gushed out of them. And we're back. Gregor?
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고 왔던 건데.
Oh, nice. Giving it to Yuri. He was holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore.
아야씨가 넌 보고도 없이 기어들어온 미친 놈들은.
Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask.
밤낮 없이 굳은 일을 도맡아봤자 아무 연고도 없이 지부가 폐쇄될 때까지 남은 시간은 고작 3분이었고
부지 메모를 시작합니다.
제 눈앞에서
Flashback.
85% 완료.
유리, 날 두고 가지 마. 유리!
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요? 살아남은 게 죄인가요? 동료들이랑 같이 파묻히기라도 해서 환생체들이 도시로 빠져나오면 안 된다는 이유로
죄지.
그 말은
It is a sin. Down here it is. I stood there blankly for a moment, then snapped back and looked over at the sinners. Half of them were already dead on the ground, and Ishmael's head drooped just after she said her last words.
계속 뻔뻔하게 살아. 일일이 죄책감 부여하다.
Once Gregor drew his last breath, Yuri and I remained the only survivors. Don't worry too much about us. I can take them back there and revive them. I knew all Yuri could hear was the mechanical ticking, but I did my best to communicate my words to her nonetheless. And she did not speak again for a while. After a long stretch of heavy, awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally cleared.
이제 괜찮은 것 같.
Oh, yeah.
도울게요. 가서 빨리 살.
Right, because the others were not aware of our resurrection abilities. Reviving abilities. With that, Yuri took off her gas mask and calmly carried the sinners on her shoulders, one by one. Unsure how to respond to the look on her face, I decided to keep quiet. Ooh. There's some extra loot you can gather and get some buffs. Ah.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
And we're back. Unlimited revives, baby. That is a pretty cool moment for Gregor. Even his last words and everything. Handing the mask over, but talking as if like, yeah, I just got this because I thought you wanted something to remember her by. So he's very considerate in that sense. But he plays off, cool. That archetype. That, yeah, I'm just cool. Spike Spiegel, smoking. I don't really care, but I care. Effortlessly cool. Were those abnormalities responsible for killing all the employees?
아니에요.
전방을 주시하십시오, 관리자님.
A humanoid being, wearing the head of a statue, was slumped against the wall.
안녕. 너희도 사원증을 다 모았.
Its hand was barely grasping onto the straps of an employee ID card. Alex was the name written on it.
알렉스.
제정신이 아닌데. 당첨자
어떤 환상체들은 관리법에 정기적으로 희생물을
그쪽으로 가면 안.
그리고 결국 인신공양에
네가 뽑을
People.
인신공양을 하지 않으면
그건 몰라요. 관리법은 항상
탈출해서 닥치는 대로 사람을 죽이고.
그 환상체라는 놈 되게
그게
단체로 눈이 삐기라도 했냐? 그건 사람이 낸 상처였어. 저 등신들은 지들 뻔하지. 지부가 무너지고 한동안은 어떻게든 살아남을 거라 생각했을 거야. 꾸준히 사람을 바치기만 한다면 언제 제비 뽑기로 몇 달은 버텼겠지. 일단 한 놈만 죽으면 잠깐은 버틸 수 있으니까.
Yeah, imagine being locked in this place.
근데 그걸 희생자가 고지고대로 내가 죽을 바엔 눈앞에 있는 놈 머리통을 터뜨리겠어. 그럼 적어도 지금 내가 뭐 그렇게 흘러가.
그러다 마지막으로 살아남아서 그들과 인신공양을 피할 수 있을 거라고.
그럴 리가 없어요. 알렉스는 자기가 살려고.
그걸 네가 어떻게 알아? 저놈이
한 가지. 그들이 직접 데리러 오기 전에 직접
These things have a way of breaking people.
숨을 거둘 거다.
While everyone else moved along, Yuri remained in place and kept on staring at the statue-clad individual.
네 잘못이 아니었어.
날 두고 가.
Time to go. Poor Yuri. They're rummaging through corpses, looking for something. Relentless demands for an offering ring in the ears. They look like they might jump us at any second. You see a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or... Oh, it's this kind of gameplay. Offer the person with the mechanical benefits of losing SP, gain an ego gift. Don't offer the person, begin a combat encounter, win to gain a stronger ego gift. Offer a sinner. I wonder how that would be. And just bring them back. We're not gonna play by the ritual. Don't offer the person. Angered by your inaction, the clay dolls attacked you. Encounter. Win the next battle to gain ego gift, Bloodied Mask of a Devotee. We're not gonna play by the rules. No ritual sacrifice here.
행동을 개시합니다.
Oh shit, they're actually strong. Oh no, we're fine. We're fine.
출진이다!
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 이제 쓸만해졌군.
Oh, that's done. Oh, so you can go back and collect stuff if you want. Eh.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Doomsday calendar. Looks like a Mayan calendar. That's fun.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
The world ended in 2012 and we're just living in a simulation.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
It looks upset.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
We'll give it some death.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Rupture count.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리!
I can't skip it. Oh, I think that skipped it. There are many ways to calm one down, but this abnormality seems to like gifts the most. A fresh batch of blood might be able to appease it. You gave a living clay doll as tribute. Satiated, the abnormality calmed down for a moment.
무슨 맛일까?
Oh, it's just 2 times faster. Got it. Well, we never watched this one.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
DPS check. Ah, makes sense. I'm surprised the clay doll actually was enough to calm it down.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
It reminds me of one of those things where in D&D, in a D&D session, there was this puzzle that demanded, or at least the inscription or whatever was about offer blood to pass through, offer a life to pass through. So people rules lawyered it and said, oh, offer a life to pass through? What if we offer a worm's life? And for some GMs, that is enough. But the intent was to offer one of the party members a sacrifice as tribute.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
How did we get staggered? Is the game forcing us to actually think now?
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
That sword looks like an Elden Ring sword. The ancient sword. The one that, when you swing, waves of energy.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
Does holding a mouse button also speed up everything else? To weaken the flame, you'll need cool water. Since we aren't carrying any buckets of water, we should offer up someone cool instead. You give a living clay doll as tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. I like these turning points. It's fun.
출진이다! 달려라 루신한테!
Ego animation to animation of skills 3. Got it. La sangre de Sancho. Uh-oh, it's about to do something.
행동을 개시합니다.
무불아위.
The stars are twinkling. When they shine, they'll rob us of all our sight. What gift would the stars like? Oh. It looks like one of the sinners will have to do a clay doll's job. Whose voice could lull the stars to sleep? Faust's lullaby brought the stars into a deep slumber. Their starlight will leave us be for a while.
성공에 연연해하지 마세요.
Yay? Sinner died though.
2층에는 유독
These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want to see anything like that ever again.
그거 그렉이 들으면 기뻐하겠다. 안 그래?
But Gregor wasn't paying attention to Rhodia.
다들 아까부터
소리라면 계속 들렸잖아요. 로저 씨.
그런 건 모르는 척하는 거야. 응?
아니
For the first time on the expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group and opened the door next to him, as if by some compulsion.
잠깐, 거긴 환상.
No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed blankly into the room, lost in the shower of the outpouring golden light. Gregor!
우리
I see an overcast sky. From a distance, screams and roars twine into a warped cacophony. The ear-shattering boom of artillery and war cries suffuse the air with its acrid sting.
보면 모르는가? 전장.
이건
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에 있냔 말이야? 함정이라도 빠진 거?
아니요. 멀지 않은 곳에
황금가지요?
네.
눈이라는 게 있다면
I actually don't. I confess straight up.
관리자님은 모르는 게 당연합니다. 관리자님
그걸 변명이라고.
Otis cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment and narrowed her gaze at the
소속을
battlefield.
과시하는 듯한 형형색 연기 전쟁이 발발한 지 최소 70일
70 days into the smoke war.
입니다, 관리자님.
That's when someone came up from behind and suddenly tugged at Heathcliff's shirt.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해! 저 폭탄에 노출되면 급격하게
You'll
부하가
age
진행된다고!
rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast.
엽초소 직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는
대체 이 자식은 누군데 아는 척을?
그레고로 과장님!
As soon as he noticed Gregor, the bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted him.
저를 모르시겠죠? 생체관리팀 토마입니다. 선발 대열에 계신 줄 알았는데 후방에 합류를 해야 하는 거면 제가 도와드릴까요? 전 다리 특화형이어서 점프...
말만...
Toma cast a curious glance toward Rhodia.
당신 방금 무슨 말...
도마 대리 사원인가?
네! 2등 사원입니다.
이쪽은 아직 시술된 지 얼마 안 된 직원이라 정신착란 부작용이 해결되지 않았어.
그렇군요. 아무리 그래도
미안하네. 내가 급히 데려갈 일.
Uh-oh, Gregor's losing his cool. Practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurries to Faust.
어떻게 된 거지, 파우스트 씨? 내 기억이잖아.
정확히는
My memory is
자아신도예요.
the phantoms of your ego.
당신의 마음속에 나인 우리가
Oh no, we entered his palace. We're gonna get a backstory museum now. Oh my god. Oh, cool backdrop. It's like a board game. Key foothold. Defense line 23/7, 1100 hours.
내가 나설 차례인가?
심압이 높아지고 있는 것 같군요.
Psychogenic pressure.
하지만
불안한 악몽을 꾸었던 적이 있었던 거군. 이 꿈, 이 공간에 존재하는 벽을 온통 뒤덮은 청색. 그리고 난 이곳에 팔을 뻗어 무기력한 분색 가운을 입은 자들은 내가 하루에도 몇 번씩 찾아와서 설명을 안타깝게도 내가 이해하지 못하는 것은 마침내 이해하기를 포기하고 동강난 사고가 땅에 떨어 닫혀있던 문이 열렸다. 계기는 기억나지 않는다. 정신적으로 너무 체념하기로 어찌됐든
드디어 해냈네? 앞으로도 그렇게 하면 된단다.
네, 포기와 체념을 통해 벗어나는 악몽. 어느 날 아침 나는 한 마리 흉측한 해주 사과를 조각낸다. 어떤 건 딱딱했고
15 years old.
버석했고 동네가 퍼질 때마다 깨달은 건 언제였을까? 꿈에서 깨어났다고 나는 여전히
So we're getting a Gregor-focused story here.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 명령대로 하겠습니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
이제 쓸만해졌고 완전한 침묵.
아까랑 같은 장소.
Something came up from behind and suddenly tugged at Heathcliff's shirt.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해.
Oh, same.
직원들은 지금 전쟁이고 뭐고 지팡이 없이는 꼭.
잠깐.
하지만 너무 걱정하지 마. 우리와 다르게 부작용도 적고 실력으로는 누구보다 탁월한 헤르만 이사님이 직접 손보신 분인데 그런 분이 후발부대에 계시면 안 되죠?
뭔데?
4 pairs of wings emerged from his back, clicking and twitching.
왜 도망가세요? 지사의 깃발을 들고 앞장서서 싸워주셔야죠.
난 한 번도 모른 적 없었어.
앞장서서.
Thomas' mouth tears open, and a pair of long antennae begin to break through his skin. Yeah.
또 싸워야 돼?
무슨 헛소리지? 명령 불복종자가 되고 싶은 건가?
I think we should run here.
탁월한 계획입니다, 관리자. 치고 빠지고.
뭐 이런 녀석이 다 있어?
후퇴는 용납되지 않을 거예요.
이해가 되지 않아요. 전 직원들을 대상으로 개조가 이루어졌다.
사실과는 다소 다를 수 있어. 그레고르 씨의 기억이 아닌 마음이 만든
Oh, not by his memories, but his heart.
마음속에서 아군들은 이런 모습으로 남아있어. 그 둥지에선 모든 직원들이 개조
대부분은
다들 동의하에 집도되었던.
엘사 직원들은 동의를 구한.
그건
I heard that it's written in the
계약서의
contract.
명식 우린 알지
Jeez.
못했지만 효율적인
Never
관리를
properly
위해서는
informed.
그런 절차는 배제해야 한다. 공포를 직면해야만 한다고.
Oh, isn't that the company motto? Face the fear.
그러니까 입사한 직원들은 전부 자기도 모르게
우리라고 달랐을까?
These big bad corpos. You hear a faint voice. Please, help. Do you follow the sound, or... A soldier was crushed under rubble, gasping in agony. Please just kill me. It hurts too much. You can't ignore this person, who will be ordered to bring this soldier to peace. Huh? Oh, that is like a bug. Thank you. The soldier's life was delivered a coup de grace by the knife. The human rhythm that rose through the blade soon ceased, and the soldier was eased into eternal rest.
훌륭한 작전 덕분에 승리했을 뿐입니다.
Good job, Otis. Can I just end it there?
요리 씨.
잠시만요.
이젠 쓸모도 없을 텐데.
아야씨.
N사 소속도 아니면서 세상에서 가장 의미 없는 짓을 하는군.
N Corp. What's N Corp and pointless activities?
반대로 묶어야 돼요.
네?
매듭이요. 그렇게 묶고 배에서 안 풀리게 묶던 방법이 있었어요.
There's a sailor's knot I learned on the boat.
뭔데?
유리, 이렇게 된 거 림버스 컴퍼니 알아. 베르겔리우스나 그
알아.
컴퍼니라는 거.
They have that in Korean.
말은 꺼내볼 수 있잖아. 그리고 분홍머리가 회사의 마스코트로도
Oh, she's totally gonna die. Yuri smiled for the first time, albeit faintly, raising her death flags, and she will surely die. 90% sure she'll die.
전쟁은 끝났다. 하지만 난 아직도 우스꽝스러운 포즈와 자신만만한 얼굴을 하고 있었다.
아.
하지만 팔에 나 있는 털만큼은 역겹게 아주 잘 그렸군. 유머가 늘었다. 악몽 속에 오래 잠겨 있다 보니 살고.
쥐사 새끼들은 모조리 참수시켜버려야 돼.
누군가 중얼거리면서 바닥 목소리의 방향이 어디로 향했는지는 쳐다보지 않... 그래서였을까? 속이.
저기요. 어이, 괜찮은 거야?
지하철 무슨 개소리야?
그래.
Gregor rummaged around in his pockets for a cigarette out of habit and froze in place. It must have dawned on him as it did on me. The rest of the sinners seemed to have understood what is happening. Toma is going to grab us and give a warning any second now.
당신들.
토마 씨, 대사가 슬슬 지겨워져서 그런데 우린 미치지도 않았고 누아 폭탄.
아니. 나.
Instead of elaborating, he points up.
죽고 싶지 않아.
Toma was crushed to a pulp right before our eyes. There's only one thing to say in a situation like this. Run? Oh. Look at us being crushed like bugs. Probably how Gregor felt. We muster up everything we can do to run, but the airborne hand is ever persistent and shows no sign of letting up.
듣는 중이에요.
We're gonna be turned into a Jill sandwich.
심성 속은 변수가 너무 다양해서 섣불리
고민할 것이 뭐가 있겠는가? 진정한 영웅.
난 묵사발이 되어버린 시체는 미안 단테.
I was tempted to snap back at her, but keeping my mouth shut so the group could focus on making a run for it seemed like the sensible thing to do. Attack on Titan!
아직도 생각 중이신가? 모르는 건 없다며?
당장의 해결책을 물어본 거라면 확실한 건 이 근방에는 황금가지가 존재.
Me?
장난해?
Heathcliff furrowed his brows, ready to snap at the unhelpful savant. But after a sudden close shave with a massive palm, he began speeding up without a word. How are we even avoiding it? It's insane. Well, you know how cockroaches can be. But I never use my hands to kill a cockroach. It's insane. And they're bare palms too.
뭐야?
알 것 같아 이것이.
Gregor took a breather, then looked up to the sky.
저 손을
여이 마탱이가 가버렸냐?
그레고르.
지금까지 이건 역시 저항 자체가 그렇다면.
진심이냐?
그리고 말이지. 저런 무늬의 매니큐어는 흔하지. 손바닥의 주인이 그 사람이 맞다면 절대 날 포기하지 않을. 파우스트 씨, 당신 이게 내 마음의 길이란? 그렇다면 확실할 거야. 내 마음의 길은 악몽도 길도 그 사람의 통.
Yeah, her plan or something. Because Gregor's talking about it. What is Gregor talking about, and what does it mean by a nightmare? As much as I wanted to ask him. Soon enough, the giant hand cast its shadow over us, descending. Just before it reached us, it stopped to hold us in its grasp. Everything went dark. I felt a disorienting nausea of being lifted into the sky. Only Faust and I managed to find our footing, while everyone else stumbled around from the vertigo. We found ourselves in another battlefield, albeit one that was far more familiar to us. Well, product of your mind and all that. While traversing a narrow passage, a swarm of cockroaches crawled into the way. The rustling visage is almost revolting. Do you walk past them or crush the cockroaches with the sinners? But Gregor doesn't like bugs. Ew, one got on my leg. Everyone managed to get through the passage, but their disgust is clearly visible. They seem fatigued by the experience.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Oh shit, I've been fighting with 4 units and not 5. Because one of my... Oh right, someone died. My bad.
넌 무슨 맛일까?
Keep it rolling. I see what you mean, Dante.
출진이다! 피는 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지. 출진이다! 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
다음은 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
승리했어!
I need to remember to get the full team.
출진이다! 여행엔 목적이 있었지.
Since we're mostly clashing, doesn't it make more sense to keep using win rate instead of damage? Maybe when they're staggered, that's when you go max damage for the DPS window. At least when it comes to auto battling. Oh, right. Everyone's back. Effective affinities. Yellow, red.
내가 나설 차례인가?
단테, 이 격리시라.
Yeah, it really does. Wait, is this...
황금가지가 뿌리내린 환상체가 있을 거예요.
그래도
그레고르 씨, 버스로 돌아가면 카론한테 지도 보는 법을 알려줘도 될까요?
If you make it back, Yuri.
그래.
그럴 리가요.
Don't make promises like that. That's another death flag. Sinclair shook his head, then dry retched afterward.
돌아갈
She raised another death flag. Her chance of death is now 99%.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
We're fighting a golden apple. I'm not surprised.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 여행엔 목적이 있었지. 무불아위.
Focus on damage. Go. The apple's body broke, and the raging fruit still grew. Could the golden bough really be in there? I'll go check it out, Yuri said to the others. The sinner with the bug's arm seems nervous about this. Does he want to go with her, perhaps? You can't just send Yuri out there alone. What sinner will be able to keep her safe? How do I know which is higher? Threshold 9 predicted 3 to 13. Threshold 6 predicted 3 to 11. The fruit's cracked smell suddenly began to rattle as if it would jump at any moment. Don Quixote managed to escape, but it seems Yuri couldn't. The fruit's flesh melted to form a new body. Don't feel too guilty about it. One lost life is better than two. The golden apple formed a new body. But we succeeded. The abnormality devoured Yuri in one bite. She was gone without a trace. I can save the other sinners, but there's nothing I can do about Yuri. 99%. What did I say? Without a word, Gregor hacked and slashed away the abnormality. Don't do the whole, oh, when this is all over, I'm buying you a beer. You're dead. As if he expected to find Yuri unscathed by slicing the apple open. No, we succeeded! What a scam! Now, Mr. Apple. Not like this. I would have gobbled both. Oh. Well, it doesn't matter. We can just bring them back. Oh, Yuri. The death flags were too obvious. Feels bad though. I really wanted her to help Charon read a map. But she died for Gregor's character development. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll get her back after we defeat this thing. If not, then she was just a device to evoke sympathy and to die for another character's development. Rest in peace, Yuri. This is the worst apple ever, and I like apples.
침묵을 안겨드리죠.
All out attack!
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
달려라 루신한테! 정의는 승리한다!
좋은 전략입니다.
The mass of maggots falls apart in a hail of silent screams. What was she even trying to do? She just ran in. Like, was she gonna get something? Was she gonna pick up, I don't know, the golden bough or whatever? It's like she literally just walked into that just to die for the story. The mass of maggots falls apart in a hail of silent screams. Beyond that, I see a wave of radiant golden light. Is that the golden bow? Just as I began to approach it, the apple begins to tremble.
저 혹시 림버스 컴퍼니에서 오신 분들 맞나요?
What has she become? Yuri, you're okay? Even though I had clearly seen it devour, I couldn't stop myself from asking.
버스로 돌아가면 카론한테
Just memories. Then I saw a glimpse of the pink locks of hair that Rhodia took a liking to. Oh, it's one of those gacha starts. Ah! Not like this. So we had Marian become corrupted. I was watching someone play Chaos Nightmare 0. We had Renoa get corrupted. And then now we have this sacrificial lamb to tell you that there is a lot at stake and a lot to lose. Yuri's head stood motionless, facing Gregor. Her face was upright. However, the Yuri we knew, the Yuri who accompanied us, was always hunched over, slouched and laden as though it were the obligation of the sole survivor to carry the weight of her dead colleagues. But hey, she's standing proud now. So, I had no reason to hesitate to warn him. That's not Yuri, Gregor!
그래.
No.
내 생각에도 그렇.
Gregor accepts it calmly. He then outstretches his arm, sending it flying toward Yuri. Yet, it soon pauses mid-air.
죽고 싶지 않았어요.
Cut her down, Gregor! It's a zombie moment. I don't know if this is the right thing to do as the
그
manager.
누구도
But I had to shout at Gregor now to stop him from breaking. Cut it now!
저는 죽기 싫어요.
The verminous arm stopped inches away from piercing the civilian's throat. I pulled against it with all my might, but it wouldn't budge.
여자를 놔줘. 아니면 대응부. 다시 말한다. 달라고.
As a dismembered arm falls to the ground, she slides down the wall, gasping. However, peace doesn't last long. The arm starts regenerating from its twitching stump.
괜찮으십니까?
가까이 오지 마.
The regrown arm rushes forward as if it remembered the pain it suffered mere moments ago.
그레고로 과장님, 항상 존경하고 있습니다.
존경하지 마.
그럼 난 도대체 어쩌라는 거예요?
그냥 살아가 제발. 우리가
끝에 끝에서 결실을 목전에 두고 멈추다니. 실로케.
뭐 우리야 좋지. 잡지 않은 기회는 유찰될 뿐.
Yuri's head tumbles to the ground. It wasn't Gregor's doing. Yuri's mouth opens and lets something out. It was a tree branch radiating a bright golden glow.
가지를 찾고 있었니?
당신
생각보단 난 헤르만이라고 해. 우리는 가지가 필요하고 너희는 죽지 않지만 우린
It's the Golden Order. Herman nudges Yuri's head with her foot.
물론 지금은 황금 가지는 우리 쪽에서
구보. 나의 벗.
Gubo.
이것이 그대가 선택한 길 맞아.
Gubo.
이젠 몇 안 남았지.
Gubo. Mughal.
오랜만이네.
Honglu, brother.
요새 더러운 냄새가 나는 거.
Xiahuan, what are the Chinese doing here?
가족들이 봤어야 했는데.
아주 만남의 광장이로.
내가 준 선물은 잘 간직하고 있어, 아들?
How are you treating that gift of mine, son?
고작 이런 꼬락선.
바란 적 없어. 한 번도.
그래도 포장지는 맞아. 고작 그 능력이.
자, 인사는 여기까지.
The man called Xiahuan clapped twice. Then everything went dark, like waking from a long nightmare to the break of dawn. I hate it! We got cutscene incapacitated by stronger people. after some time passed.
쉬운 임무라고 생각했는데 눈앞에서 황금가지를 빼앗기고 당당히 나의 과대평가야. 파우스터 씨,
불멸만이 해답은 아니더군요.
당신은 할 말이
There was another group going after the golden bow. You had to have known this, so why didn't you warn me?
황금가지를 노리고 왔던
Faust placidly relayed my words to Virgilius.
설마 되묻죠, 단테. 아무런 위협 세력이 없는 곳에 10대결사까지 추가로 고용해가면서 말이지.
됐어, 관리자 양반. 그건 내 탓이야. 책망하려면 나의
걸작이고 만난 지 얼마나 되었... 피차 한 배에 묶인 자들끼리 지부를 감싸주는 게 무능함을 가릴 수 있다고 착각하진.
It still sounds like he's coming up with excuses, like why he didn't just do it all himself. Just an excuse to test us. And then in this case, it would have helped to be warned and prepared. So it just sounds like he's making more excuses.
연락이 왔습니다. 애프터팀의 특별작전 사과가 지하로 진입.
Team Spec Ops Section 4 has just gone underground for their job.
그래, 그래야겠지. 남은 애고와 환상체라도 회수해야 할 테니.
Okay, someone has to salvage the ego and abnormalities left there.
정작 중요한 정수는
뒤끝이 길군. 전장에서 실패는 을에 있는 법이다. 목표 첫 작전에서 너무 많은 걸 바라는 게 아닌가? 관리자님은 첫 지휘라고는
이쯤 해두지.
그렇죠.
There seemed to be an uncanny tension between Virgilius and Faust. Right now, I had neither the energy nor the willpower left in me to get inquisitive. What, did they bang? The bus reeked with the metallic stench of blood and gore that clung to our outfits, but no one thought to open the windows. And no one had the urge to have a change of clothes. All of us just sat in place, dwelling in silence. Gregor, who had the most defeated look of them all, stared despondently out the window. Then, he suddenly went to hang something from his pocket near the windshield of the bus.
벌레 양반, 메피의 머리에
Nephi's head.
유품.
Memento.
두 사람의 유품이다.
Memento for two. See, effortlessly cool.
딱 유리시만한 여동생이 있었거든. 그냥 그랬어.
I considered giving him a pep talk, but the idea quickly dissipated. And he'll probably light a cigarette and just pretend it doesn't affect him and go, whatever happens, happens, and lean back in his chair. Ishmael wore a grieving look. Sinclair was quietly weeping, and Rhodia let out a distressed sigh. If they couldn't offer him any encouragement, what good would I do?
카론, 시야에 방해가 되진 않겠나?
카론.
Oh, Charon.
그래.
Thanks.
부릉부릉.
Vroom vroom. The gas mask hanging by the windshield gently swayed like an ornament. And we're gonna be adding more of these ornaments as the story goes, I'm assuming. The good thing is, I did feel bad about that. Compared to, for example, Nikke. Like, you knew it was supposed to be a sad moment, but then you didn't really give a shit. Because you barely knew the characters. But I felt like they built up enough of the chemistry and the camaraderie of people. You know, they really gave you the distinct feeling that it is such an unfair situation for many people, and that it felt like we were taking on the burden and the blame for things that we were not even responsible for. In this, it gave this feeling that it's just a fair, dark, dystopian world. Life is unfair. So to find these moments of you know, genuine camaraderie, as Virgil said, right? He's like, oh, you built camaraderie. Great. Ha. But you still failed. And it's like, yeah. Was it all, you know, even in the face of meaninglessness and, you know, in the face of nihility, how do you still find meaning? Octavia June, Tabby, welcome in. Are you a fellow Limbus company member? I miss Yuri. Yeah, I already miss Yuri. It's like super predictable, but it was effective because I like the characterizations of these characters and the chemistry they leveraged in order to at least give us some emotional impact. Even though I knew Yuri was totally gonna die. And then the way they disrespected her as well at the end there. But again, still, they have a way of like bringing out the best of these characters in very few lines. It feels like they trust enough in the strong characterizations of their characters that in this ensemble cast, we trust that they will be able to leave an impression on us without over-explaining themselves or overstaying their welcome. And somehow they're able to pull it off. Like, I may not know too much about... Some of the cast, of course, was underrepresented because it wasn't their time to shine, and that's fine. So the people who mattered in the current moment, they did stand up, they did say their lines, and it weaved together quite well. And it was a Gregor-focused story. And even if we kind of fell into the whole, oh, it's a dream sequence kind of thing, the threat was real. And you know, we're pulled back into the moment. And that's what I was saying earlier. It really feels that compared to the other gacha games that we're playing, or the other story games really that we've been playing, the characters are driving it forward. I don't feel like I'm ever overly lectured to, aside from the tutorials and some exposition here and there. But again, it feels like we're still vrooming along. So that is pretty cool for a first chapter. And I still don't know much about the world. I don't know much about Lobotomy Corporation because I never played it. But the emotional weight of it, the relatability of being in middle management, being fodder, being castaways, being, you know, all of these things. So they found a way to be universally relatable enough that I didn't feel alienated by the cast or the story. Gregor, I think, was a good point of view for the first dungeon, because it's very important to really set, you know, the audience's expectations and leave a good first impression. So they didn't take too many risks, but it didn't feel too safe either. So I felt like they hit a nice medium in terms of trusting that it's enough to get the players invested, just enough to keep going to the next chapter and see what happens next. But it didn't feel insecure in itself to try and over-explain the entire world and premise in the first chapter to, you know, to tell us that, hey, promise, it gets good. There's a lot in this world that has to offer. But they're able to get it along just from character interactions and no, like, barely any, well, we had our own inner monologues, but most of the development was really tied to character interactions, and I just felt a pleasant sense of, again, moving forward and sinking into the world and the story. I remember what you were planning to warn anyone who wants to try Woobat 1.0. Limbus community kind of gives out something similar about Canto 2. I keep hearing about Canto 2. Like, Canto 1, it's fine. I feel it's a great opener, a great starter. Not too safe, not too risky, but enough mystery and intrigue for someone who's never played who never played through the previous games. As a newcomer to the world, it is easy enough to relate to the characters they put forward in the first act. Because again, these universal themes that we feel as, you know, adults just trying to make it in this world with terrible upper management, things out of our control. What can we find? You know, how do we find meaning in our day-to-day life in such a desolate place against the nihility? How do we combat the nihility? Very common themes. And Gregor being very relatable. One of the more well, for now, one of the more relatable ones, not as eccentric as others. Feels like a working class man with a war veteran past. And yeah, again, buddy pal, the way he addressed us, it kind of set the tone for like, yeah, we're like colleagues in this. And he didn't, I liked, what I loved the most were Gregor's moments of silence. Like, again, that effortlessly cool nature. I was just totally reminded of Spike Spiegel. I'm not sure how you would call it. It's just, you know, they're like nihilistic, but they can't help themselves but feel or get invested in the moment and in the character, and they get burned for that because they try to coast along life and say that, you know, whatever happens, happens. But then when they get invested in someone, in a girl, in a colleague, in a sister, you know, now we know it's because he was so attached to Yuri, not just because of Yuri as a person, but also because Yuri reminded him of his little sister. That reveal only comes later, but it feels like that's not the only reason. But even with the things that Gregor didn't say, you could kind of feel that I could just understand it. I could just feel it. And he didn't have to explain, I'm doing this because Yuri reminded me of my little sister. He was just doing things, and it's only later on that it's like, oh, he felt a kinship with her because she reminded him of being her sister, which is why he got the memento and everything. And he just got the feeling that this is just how Gregory is as a person. So it was a great window into that. And he was supported by interesting characters with their own eccentricities who we're going to get to know more of over the rest of the story. Welcome in, Gender Change Potion. Obtain me? Obtain you? A gender change potion? I would love a gender change potion, honestly. If I could have a... if I had a switch to like be female today, be male tomorrow, I would totally have that switch. Instantly gender change. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, today I feel like being a woman. Drink. I would love that. I would love that to be for a real thing. I believe this conversation came up as well with like Dewata, where we've shared that similarity in terms of like these RPGs, they allow us to, you know, express our own identities and gender identities and experiment and experience, which is like why we love tabletop RPGs, why we love video games, why we love role-playing games. It allows us to explore these things and these, just like the story, these themes that in this dystopian world that seems so alien, but at the same time so reminiscent of life itself, a reflection of life itself. And it's just fun being able to experience these things. Yeah. On that note, it's like going to be fun to just like switch back and forth between genders. That would be cool. Basic Ego Thread Spun. So that is the first chapter, XP Luxcavation. Dante, a new function of Mephistopheles has been unlocked. Please direct your attention here. Nobody complains about Canto 1 or the rest of the Cantos, but I have seen that about like rumblings of people not really liking Canto 2. The only Canto I can complain about is 2. Well, there, see, it's like, yeah, like whenever I read Reddit posts, and again, I said I read, you know, trying to check what the next gacha to play is, and your top 3 gachas, your top 5 gachas, there will always be a little thread of Limbus company enjoyers. But then within that, they would always say, but beware of Canto 2, or get through Canto 2. Trust me, it gets good. Very similar, again, to like WUA 1.0. I do not recommend WUA 1.0, but I will recommend WUA 1.1 moving forward. So the good thing here is they capture your attention already with Canto 1. I don't know what it is about Canto 2. We'll find out why. We'll play it for ourselves, figure out why people overall do not like Canto 2. We'll see for ourselves. But yeah, Canto 1 was a pretty good opener, I will say. In this oversaturated market of gacha games, this falling into the gacha category, despite people saying it's not really, you know, the gacha part, you know, it's not, how do I say, it can't help but be lumped into with other gachas, but I've been told that, you know, it's not really a gacha game. Not really. But, you know, it can't help but be compared to others, and there are dailies, there are gacha mechanics, so by default, it is that. But yeah, you can grind for units. I keep being told it's very generous. It's not as predatory as other gacha games. So basically, I keep hearing that it would be a disservice to call this a gacha game in a derogatory manner, which is still a stigma that the genre, it spawned its own genre. But in fact, gacha is a mechanic within, you know, there are many different genres of gacha games. So maybe it's wrong to say that gacha itself is a genre. But anyway, semantics aside, I have a lot of thoughts about where we might go here moving forward. But wait, let me catch up on chat. I like your input on the story. Overall, Canto 1's a very good opening. Maybe 7, but that's from a gameplay design. Okay, so story-wise, it's fine, but gameplay-wise, it might not have been strong. Most people's pain point about Canto 2, I don't want to say because it's a spoiler. Okay, so I guess people didn't really like the story. So you can grind for units straight up. So that's what I appreciate. We are not feeling like you're shafted because you're not participating in the gacha. Because the fact is, as a gacha game's lifespan, as it gets older, you will feel like it's impossible to catch up, or you won't have the units you need and whatnot. Because straight up, I don't really plan to keep this in my main rotation. I'll probably dip in to do dailies once in a while, or if there's something a login event I need to turn into. But I feel like I just solely want to experience the stories, the Canto, the main story. I don't really feel like I want to engage with any other mechanic unless absolutely necessary. So I feel like I can commit to playing just the story, but since I am active with other games and life itself, I don't know if I can actually invest in the other mechanics of like building a team and everything. I like, unless I need to build a team for the story, I'm gonna have to do that. I mean, yeah, because I want to. Basically, I will only play the bare minimum to keep the story going, and I wouldn't mind you guys like helping me out with that, because gameplay wise, it's not something I would really look for, but it's interesting to watch the combat happen. You should definitely pull on the Ring Hong Lu banner. Yeah, the thing with it is like I don't really pull for meta. I usually pull. Of course, I love a good mix. I want to like the character, and I also want the character to be meta. But I'm more on the side of I'd like to know who the character is I'm pulling for. Like, I would play the story and see first if the character leaves an impression before I pull. Even if people say that, oh, this person's so meta, you gotta pull for this person. But it's like, if I don't know the person, I'm probably not going to pull for them. My complaint about Canto 7 is the mechanic, unbreakable coins. Oh, I can see how annoying that can be. Okay, then you will likely need to grab a support unit. Just solo story with it. Do not try building a burn team. You need a time-locked unit to make it deal more damage at the turn end. Oh, so it's one of the weaker mechanics unless you have like a really good team dedicated to it. But thank you for the follow, Gender Change Motion, and thank you for the follow, Milo Everyday. Milo Everyday, what the hell? I did not expect to hear the Milo chime in my head on a stream today. But welcome in. We were just wrapping up chapter 1. But yeah, maybe, yeah, like, I need to grab a support unit. But you mentioned I can also borrow friends' units. Anyway, like, I'm just predicting that it might be similar in that if I just want to focus on the story, it won't be too difficult to keep up. Because the way, for example, the way Nikkei does it, Nikkei has a story mode. So you can essentially just finish it with any theme. And you can just focus on the visual novel aspect. Blue Archive does that as well. Blue Archive doesn't lock story. They used to lock story behind combat. Nikkei used to lock story behind difficult battles. And then over time, Blue Archive, Nikkei, they decided, you know what? Here's the story. Just watch the story if you want. That's essentially what we're going to be doing. I feel, once we get more time to stream off schedule. So I said that this would be an off schedule game. For those who just came in, our official schedule is Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, where we try to play our highlighted banner games. The quote-unquote main games of the schedule currently is up in the air. Usually I use those days to catch up with our current gacha games, that being Where Winds Meet is on the docket. I'm kind of dreading it because I keep hearing very bad things about the current story content for Wuwa. Not Wuwa. For Wuwa. Where Winds Meet. Not Wuthering Winds. Where Winds Meet. I'm still invested in it. But I'm not hearing great things about the Liangxiang, the new region. The start of Hussey was okay. The old man simulator, that was surprising. But we're gonna probably play that on schedule, and then we'll finish that. We'll see when we finish it. But what's on the docket for our scheduled streams is NTE. A lot of people are gonna be getting into that. Nevernest to Evernest, anime, GTA. Is it gonna be another gacha that we add to the rotation? Who the hell knows? But a lot of people are looking forward to NTE. The weirdest name ever, but I've watched some streamers play the beta. It looked pretty fun. I would give it a shot. I'd say Sinking Charge is the best for story right now. Okay, wait. Let's... keeping up with Limbus is very easy as new Cantos once per half a year. So Canto is main story, but then there are... I heard there are event stories that are also like part of the main canon. Like, am I gonna lose a lot of context and appreciation if I don't do these event stories? Because like Nikkei, it's also the same. The main story doesn't update as frequently, but there is an event every single month. And these events eventually... you can add together all the events, and it's a worthwhile experience because it develops characters, develops the commander, it pushes certain story threads forward that can't be focused on the main story. So in a way, Nikkei encourages that you play everything. So I'm a day one player. I haven't missed a beat. Maybe only one event because I was out of town. But the event stories themselves are sometimes even better than the main story. So once you catch up, it's for a while. Of course, there are events still. There we go, events. There are a lot of times in between. Yeah, Where Waves Wither, Wuthering Winds, Where Winds Wither, Where Winds Meet, and Wuthering Waves. Very different games. Where We Me. Intervalos are also main story parts. You can't move forward unless you do them. Literally part of the main story. Okay. They are required to progress the main story. So obviously we're going to be going through those. Every event just becomes mini episodes of main story in between cantos. So basically I'll be okay if I stick to the required story. That's fine. Like, again, I don't think I'm going to be maining this. But the Canto one was enough for me to give it a shot. I've already been warned about Canto 2. So Just like FF14 Realm Reborn, just like 1.0 Final Fantasy 14. People keep telling me, trust me, it gets better. So we'll hold out for that. So this is where we actually shove XP crystals into our units. Okay, manual leveling up. Oh, we dump. This is the energy dump. You dump energy to collect resources to level up your... Okay, to build your teams. Okay. Okay, it's resource stuff. The in-betweens are intervalos, and they're part of the main story. Limited time events can be replayed as mini stories, but you don't get event-specific rewards, but you can experience the story. It's okay. I don't feel pressured to get stuff in this game right now. I'm just very invested in the story. It's funny as usually it's with the first chapter, but in Limbus it's second. Yeah, right. It's like you start off strong. Well, that happens also. A game can start off really strong and then just like lose you in the second chapter. Only stories that aren't required are April Fool's events and the Arknights collab. Oh, I wish I played the Arknights collab though. Because I used to play Arknights OG and I'm playing Arknights Enfield. I heard it was a good event. Vanwa was saying it is a pretty good collab event. Convert your liquid stuff to solid stuff. Oh, okay. Solidified resin. Okay. What is that? That's a Genshin holdover. I don't know what. Solidified energy. Okay, that's cool. So I can just do this. Just like Arknights Enfield, also maximum 10 solidified resin. And then I can just go AFK and then earn more. Then I can just enter with the solidified resin. Okay. You can keep logging in to convert. Oh, I just could make 10 because of my 75. Okay, got it. Because for whatever reason, in Arknights Enfield, you can only like solidify your sanity with 10 potions. You can only convert up to like 10. You can only draw sanity like 10 times with the battle pass thing. Anyway, skip battle. Enter. So all of the grinds are with it. So our liquid stuff, solid stuff, energy. Gotcha. But yeah, overall, like, while the game, usually it's like that. Like, I may enjoy a gacha story, but for the gameplay itself, it's usually just auto. Or auto. And then if I don't have to, if I'm forced to play the game and like, oh man, I gotta think. But you know, sometimes I just treat it then as a visual novel. Exactly. So when it gets to certain bosses, then you're like, oh shit, I should have learned the game. Because then now I'll have to look for a guide to like remind me how to play or whatnot. So liquid enkephalin is used to go through the story. Condensing it to modules, as the story call it, solid energy is used for grinding materials. Ah, okay. So we can't use liquid enkephalin for this. Interesting. I wonder why that's a thing. Like, why do we have to solidify it to go into the grinding stage? So Tavi, are you updated? Are you a current player? Log in and convert if you don't feel like grinding. Yeah, that's a good point. Ah, Yuri. Dude, the moment she started talking, the moment the camaraderie, the moment our social link with Yuri started growing, I was already like, that's bait. She's dying. 99% sure. And I love Yuri, not just a character. So you can skip battle with 4. Additional rewards, 50%. What? Sounds like a scam. You spend double the solid resin for only 50% more rewards? Wait, what? Am I not understanding it? Yeah, I want to skip the battle, so it's only 1 instance. So the module cost is ×2 for the convenience of skipping, but you don't get double the rewards. God damn it. But it's instant. Ugh. Okay. At least, like, I appreciate like Girls Frontline 2 and Girls Frontline 2 and Blue Archive. They have just skip it. You already did the level. Just dump the resources and skip it. But okay. Oh, how did we get our liquid enkephalin back right away? Anyway, we're gonna be winding down, but I will try to continue this story off schedule. So that's days other than Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Oh, nice. So we level up, it gets maxed out. So we have the window with the 12 sinners. Sinners itself. Drive to continue the story. Luxcavation for stuff. So since we got stuff, how do we develop them? Oh, click and hold? Okay. Click and hold! I cannot... Yeah, what if I didn't remember that? What if you guys weren't here? I'd never be able to level up my units. Thanks. Up die. Level up. Up dice upon clearing Canto 2. Ascension? Identity training tickets. Level boost tickets. Ah. Okay, okay. I get it. I'll try to keep it even for my main theme. It's also trying to be mobile friendly, hence the tap and hold menu. True. But would have been cool also to just have it here when you click them. So you can change your identity, ego, facade, and level them up. I assumed it would be a tab here. But you can click and hold from anywhere, I guess. No. Okay, so from here you can click and hold. Ah, because you'll have multiple identities to level up. Yep. When you up-tie 3 an ID, you'll auto-view a short story. You might want to skip them as some ID stories have spoilers. Ah, okay. Thanks for the note. I will still recommend to pull a bit for more variety. So who's on the banner now? Is it Extract? Isang. Mr. Ideal. Why not do a 10 pull for the funny? Sure, we have 12,000 lunacy. So we have the standard extraction. This is the beginner banner, right? Because we never did the beginner banner, as far as I can remember. So we get the guaranteed already. So from the basic pool, I'm assuming. So this was what we should do first to get it out of the way. Wait, it's an event reward? Oh, was there no beginner banner? I did the beginner banner. Well, there's the tutorial banner, but then usually there's like a guaranteed banner in these games, but okay. So this is recommended to pull for Hong Lu. An isang ideality. Do I have the resource for this? So that uses that ticket. Oh, I do have what? I do have a ticket. All right, so there's nothing to lose. I should... This ticket is meant for this, so I should pull, right? There's only a 200 hard pity. Okay, no 50-50. Wait, is there 50-50? 200 hard pity. Reminds me of... Well, no, 200 pity was also in Blue Archive. Normally, there's a banner that has new stuff. Character-specific banner. Right now, it's Isang. So higher chances of Isang ID. Standard, which no one really uses. Yeah, usually standard banner is for the generic resource that you earn that cannot be used anywhere else. And then you can use... And the rest use a different currency. But I can see that lunacy is also used for these targeted banners. So it's like, why would I use my lunacy here? It also uses the same tickets. Usually, the standard banner usually they have their own currency that it's just nice to have and nice to pull when you accrue that basic currency. But it seems it shares the same currencies with the targeted ones. But this is a unique ticket. Save the 1 pull ticket. If you have 10 of those gold tickets, you'll be able to do a 10 extract using 10 tickets. This thing, right? The gold ticket. The one used for the other banners. This assured extraction. I'll just do it. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull. Let's go! Oh my god, it's Mephi. We're reaching the Mephi's innards? What do I do? Click. I got one! Show me!
끝내 가을 버텨낼 꽃 없다더니 어찌된 일인지 홍어는 변한 게 하나도 없네요.
Oh!
길은 예전 같지 않으려나?
Ishmael! No flower ever endures the fall, or so they say. Hong Yan certainly not changed one bit, except for its roads, I suppose. Yeah, Ishmael was quite I didn't really get a feel of, who or what she really is, but she had a cool sword. She knows how to tie sailor's knot. She's talking about a boat. And this identity is family hierarch candidate. So very, very Chinese coded here. Xia Si Chun Ishmael. Everything else is just blah. Привет. Привет, Rodion? Wait, Rodia is Rodia. Okay.
어서 오세요.
We were lucky?
이쪽에서 받겠습니다.
Who this? Faust. Bartender Faust. People are complaining. Is it because Faust... Wait, another triple... Oh. You're only guaranteed 1 3-star and you got 2 other 3 stars. Streamer luck is real, chat. I thought we got like... I thought we got like the 3... I thought we got the 5-star-ish. And then I thought the rest would be like 4 stars and the rest 3 stars. But wow, okay. Gacha luck is real. I guess I gotta main this now. I guess I gotta put it into my rotation. That's how they get you. That's how these gacha games get you. It's why I'm still a day 1 Nikkei player, because Nikkei is my luckiest gacha ever. And they're like, yeah. So you keep playing. Nice. So we got Faust, Ishmael, and Rodia. So these ones are fragments to redeem something? Cool. That's one way to welcome us in. After all these years of this game being recommended to us. Orientation. We got... Alright, I am blank. Come at me if you can. Word. All in black tea spring. Fun. The fragments are used to upgrade egos and to buy IDs for that character. Alright. Character specific currency. Thanks for all these tips and helping me understand this. It's always you know, diving into any gacha game is very, very intimidating. You only have 3 stars, 2 stars, and the 1 star are copies of base ID. You can buy IDs with that or Ascensions. It's in Dispense. Ah. Here. So each character has their little snow globe. Announcer. Yeah, you mentioned a different announcer. You can get Yuri as an announcer? Paid lunacy. Ah, crap. It's one of those systems. You have lunacy and paid lunacy.
저 개체가 기세등등해 보여요. 조금 주의하면서 해보는 게 좋을 것 같아요.
So the only way I can get paid lunacy is spending real money. Okay. Damn it. They had to put Yuri as an announcer. Ego. Okay, so snow globes are egos. Identities. So 400. Oh, so 400 for a straight up identity. And egos are basically like ults. 400 also. That's a lot of ego shards. Oh, no. You're right. Wait. There's a character specific one and this thing with the boots. Oh, okay. There are also seasonable and tabs left. Shard. Oh boy. You mentioned this, Walpurgis Night. Walpurgis Nacht. But I didn't pull on it. If you look at the left, you have more tabs broken down to past seasons. I see. So this is season 1, season 2. We are in season 7 now. Yeah, the House of Spiders. Okay, so that's the currency there. Event. Character specific. Okay. And then standard fare. So, the House of Spiders, The Ring Apprentice, Extract 10. Was this the recommended one to try and pull for? Walpurgis comes around every few months. You can shard previous Walpurgis IDs during the event. Is the current banner, yeah. Now, I remember someone was suggesting, like, oh, you should pull for the current banner. Is that what I heard correctly? Did I hear that correctly? Like, it's recommended. Faust is cool. Faust left a good impression on me. So I don't mind getting more identities for her. Rule is you can't get previous season's content through dispense until we move to a new season. If we're on season 7, you can't get season 6 content. You have to wait for season 8. Got it. Got it. But at least they make it available down the road. Helps with the fear of missing out. And I'm liking how more games seem to be, or some games seem to be shifting to that. Like if you look at Helldivers 2, Arc Raiders, and now Marathon, the decks, the passes, they stay. So even in a later season, you can earn currency to purchase previous season rewards. And that's just better for the consumer. So at least you're assured that, like, even if you take a break from it, hey, you can buy it down the line as you save your resources. People probably wanting to get a Nurse Father ID. Nurse Father ID. Well, I already used my gacha luck on the guaranteed, so don't think, just pull.
이상이라 부르게. 피쿼드호의 1등 항해사를 맡고 있지.
I'm the first mate of the P-Quad.
그래. 나도 반갑고. 혹시 남는 나사 있나?
Orange means 2 stars? Alright. Is it a trailer for them? Oh, the current banner. So these are the 2 stars. P-Quad Isang is really good. What did I earn this time? Creamer. Sorry. Obviously, coffee creamer. Duh. Get your mind out of the gutter, chat. No creamer, huh? You really care. Once this creamer is over. Alright, I'm Creamer. Come at me if you can. Creamer will take your orders. You get more phrases and words when you get an ID for the first time. That's a fun little thing to customize your banner, your profile. Every ID and ego will give you a couple of quips. Yeah, that's a fun way to just customize your thing. Like all I had in the beginning was, hath you seen such vroom vroom? Hath you seen it? So, do I just dump all my lunacy here? Like right here, right now, do I just dump everything? I'm already good with the guaranteed we got. We haven't even played with them yet. And apparently we were very lucky. And it's with characters that I kind of liked as well. So Pequod, let's go with that. Barista. We already have the 3-star. I like the art in this. Family hierarch candidate. Привет. Well, probably better than their generic ones. Limbus is easy enough to just roll for IDs that looks cool. Yeah, before we wrap up, let's check the trailer. Have you checked the origins of each sinner, aka their books? No. Okay, let's go with Faust. Or here. Ishmael. Book. Costumes. Where are their books? Oh, sorry. Have you clocked? Have you noticed where they're from? Yeah, Moby Dick, Don Quixote. I'm not exactly sure about the rest. The most clear ones for me, of course, loudly and proudly, Don Quixote. I may not be the most well-read person. Faust. What's Faust inspired by? So, if you're talking about the books they come from, is that an intentional reference to Library of Rowena? Is that connected somehow? Or are we just talking about literary inspirations for the characters? Heathcliff? I have no idea. The Gunbreaker Otis. Heath is Wuthering Heights. Ah. Okay, so we have Moby Dick. Faust is a very popular name. Because of the... Where did I first hear about Faust? Go with Faust. Faust from Faust. Otis is Odyssey. No wonder why Otis in the ult said the Odyssey has a meaning or something. Faust is the protagonist of a classic German legend based on the historical Johann Georg Faust. The erudite Faust is highly successful. The life and death of Faust. Faust is from Faust, where the devil Mephistopheles also is a character. Oh, no wonder why Faust developed Mephi's engine. Got it. Don Quixote. Miguel de Cervantes. What about this psychopath? Ryoshu. Holiday dinner. Thanks for the stream. Glad you liked the game. Yeah, thank you for consistently reminding us of this game. Because we were gonna try it out eventually. It's just the perfect time. It just felt like the perfect time to you know what? Let's jump into Limbus. While we're waiting for more updates. But have a good holiday dinner with family. We're gonna be winding down as well. I'm just now curious about everyone's literary inspirations. Wow. Japanese short story Hell's Screen? Ivanwa was the biggest fan on our channel of Limbus. Short story written by Japanese writer Ryonosuke Akutagawa. Narrated by a mostly uninvolved servant who witnesses or hears events. Centers around the artist Yoshihide. Yoshihide is considered the greatest painter in the land. Dante, the Divine Comedy. I thought Devil May Cry. Just kidding. What? You mean Dante's not based on Dante from Devil May Cry? Hellscreen. Yeah, Hellscreen. Publication date 1918. Published in English 1948. After the war. So it centers around Yoshihide. Often commissions great works for the Lord of Horikawa, who also employs Yoshihide's daughter, rumored to be taking her as his mistress. When Yoshihide is instructed to create a folding screen depicting the Buddhist hell, he proceeds to inflict tortures upon his apprentices so he can see what he is trying to paint. No wonder why she's all about, the artistry of it. Behead! I get it. I get it now. Mersal. The least lines in the game so far. There's no bio right now, is there? There's like a book, but we don't... Like usually gacha games have a profile. Okay, what's Mersal? Mersal. The bios are for IDs, non-base. How do we unlock it? The Stranger. Oh, there's a 2025 film of The Stranger. Based on the 1942 novel by Albert Camus. Mersal is someone who doesn't play the game. He walks around indifferent to everything, which puts him at odds from other people. Ah. In the 1930s Algeria, the daily life of an indifferent Frenchman is shaken by the death of his mother and a fateful encounter on a beach. Interesting. The nationality of the writer is also the nationality of the sinners. Seems to be, yes. Mersal. Alright, what about this guy? Hong Lu. Which ancient Chinese drama are we talking about here? Hong Lu. Literary basis. Protagonist of Dream of the Red Chamber, Xia Pao Yu, a youth who is born as the incarnation of a magical piece of jade to fulfill its wish to learn about humanity. Heathcliff, Wuthering Heights. Wasn't there a recent... There was a remake. There's a... Yeah, they released a remake of the movie this year. Starring Margot Robbie. It's so interesting that Heathcliff is like I wouldn't have expected this character to be based on what looks to be a romantic period drama film based on a novel by Emily Bront. The film is a reinterpretation intended by Fennell to recreate the feelings of a teenage girl reading this book for the first time. No, it's cool. I love learning about these things. So I appreciate bringing it up. Ishmael. I don't want to get spoilers. Moby Dick. Also with a Pequod. So there are multiple Moby Dick characters. Isang. But why is Isang? Isang was based on Korean poet and writer Isang. Honglu is the poet Isang's real name, as Isang is merely his pen name. Isang is one of Korea's most influential and revolutionary authors. Oh. Rodia. Limbus, Rodia, literary basis. Rodion. What is Rodion based on? Female variant of Rodion. Okay, yeah. As you mentioned, female variant of Rodion. Since in the book Crime and Punishment, the character is male. Oh. Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the protagonist of Fyodor Dostoevsky's 1866 novel Crime and Punishment. An impoverished, intelligent former law student living in St. Petersburg, he murders a pawnbroker to prove a theory that extraordinary individuals can transcend moral laws. He suffers intense guilt and mental turmoil before finding redemption through love and confession. Ooh. Sinclair. Why is Sinclair a mariachi? Limbus, Sinclair. So what is Sinclair based on? The main cast of 12 are based on classic literature. Sinclair is here, yes. Book Sinclair is based on Limbus Company. Not a spoiler, but most themes of these books do apply to the Canto of the Sinner, so it's interesting to keep the base book in mind. Unfortunately, I have not read these books or I do not remember these books. Okay, that makes sense. Taking literary inspiration for this, and the Canto 1 was about Gregor. Demian, The Story of Emile Sinclair's Youth is the book by Herman Hesse. Huh. The Story of a Boyhood. German-Swiss author Hermann Hesse. Originally published under the pseudonym Emile Sinclair. Profound themes of duality, spiritual awakening, and the psychological journey of a young man breaking free from societal conventions. Otis, as you mentioned, the Odyssey. Gregor. Who is Gregor's literary? Gregor. Inspiration. Limbus. Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. Oh, literally Metamorphosis. Primarily inspired by Gregor Samsa, the protagonist of Franz Kafka's 1915 novella, The Metamorphosis. Like his literary counterpart who wakes up as a monstrous vermin, the game's Gregor suffers from a forced bug-like bodily transformation. Cool. Well, that makes me appreciate them even more. And I'm glad we got some 3 stars on that guaranteed pull. Looks like we have a lot of fuel left to keep going down the main story. Well, we're gonna leave that for now. I appreciate going down this rabbit hole with all of you. So we finally gave it a shot. And I was pleasantly surprised by Canto 1. That was fun. We're gonna be continuing the story off schedule. So Sunday, we again scheduled stream Sunday, later / tomorrow, we will be jumping back into Where Winds Meet to continue to catch up with the current story content. Off stream, if I have the time and energy, I'll be diving back every once in a while to jump into Limbus Company if it strikes your fancy. Usually off schedule, unscheduled streams, we just kind of play what we really feel like playing. But that's what our current schedule is for now. Where Winds Meet. Where we go from there? Well, next week is 1.2 Arknight's Enfield. Tianshi Chuang Fang Yi. Definite pull. Big story update. And then after Arknight's Enfield, the week after that is getting closer to the release of Neverness to Everness, which we do want to try out ourselves. See if it's any good, if anime gacha, if anime GTA gacha will enter the roster. But right now, Limbus is squarely in the I want to play for the story. We'll see if I find time to like do everything else. Do these past missions, for example. Weeklies, all of this. It's like, can I really invest more time into another gacha? Play them all. Let's find someone to raid. But wow, I really hope, I really wish I read all these books. I wish I was more familiar with their source, their literary inspirations, because I really wanna appreciate it even more. Bonebreaker 85, going down the horror route, Resident Evil Requiem. This game was kind of horrific at points, in a good way. Very disturbing in a good way. A lot of gore. But I like the story and the characterizations. So let's keep that up by diving into more bloody mayhem with Bonebreaker 85. Unless there's someone else. Okay, he's a raid target. Let's go! Oh, wait, no. Lily is going to be playing Resident Evil 4.
Huh?
It's been a while since we raided Lily. But they're currently co-working. Well, Resident Evil's Resident Evil. Let's go with Requiem. Thank you everyone for diving in. We got a lot of people passionate about Limbus Company and its shows, and I can see why. I'm starting to see why there's a very passionate fan base, especially surrounding the story and the characters. Looking forward to continuing this off schedule with you all. Thank you for being here, Tavi, and thank you for being here, everyone else, and Vanwa again for recommending this game to us every single stream. Don't worry about it. It is a good reminder to dive into this game eventually, because he's been bugging me to try this for like more than a year. More like years, really. So finally, we ripped that band-aid off and said, we're gonna do it. Thank you for all the new follows. Meta's Office, Milo Everyday, Gender Change Potion. And we're following us off stream, Lilac Sama, and nice to see Tao drop in as well earlier. The gacha space is full of passionate people after all. Raid message for followers, for subscribers. We're going to go ahead and say we're going to give some support to Bone Breaker 85. What? Your dinner's done already? We're about to raid out the Bones, who's playing Resident Evil Requiem to keep up with the horror vibes. We'll be seeing you all later/tomorrow for the continuation of Where Winds Meet. Main story, new content, new region, new story. So hope to see you then. And then we'll be diving back into the next Cantos as we keep going. Thanks everyone, and as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day, and I'll see you all on the next Canto. Bye-bye.